6 o'clock, we'll get started here. Georgetown-Scott County Planning Commission agenda, November 10th, 2022 at 6 p.m. And for the record, we have one commissioner absent, Brad Green. So under Commission Business A, approval of October invoices, I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Shirley,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Under B, approval of the October 13th, 2022 minutes. You had a chance to read those minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Mr. Smith, a second by Mr. Garrett. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Approval of the November 10th agenda. Just need a motion for
I'll
the
make a motion for approval.
motion by Mrs. Singer,
Second.
second by Mr. Mifflin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Items for postponement or withdrawal. Joe, we don't have any withdrawals or postponements. Okay, so we do not have any withdrawals or postponements. I think that might be a first.
Yeah.
Under consent agenda, we do have one that's eligible. Under PDP 2022-51, Abbey at Old Oxford Townhomes, preliminary development plan for 115 townhomes located on parcel 208-10-008-001. Is there anybody in the audience that's opposed or would like to hear that application? Raise your hand. Okay, so we'll hear that one as well. Okay, thank you. Under old, we'll get right into it. Under old business, PDP-2022-40, Living Waters Fellowship Edition, preliminary development plan to construct two 3,000 square foot buildings for 6,000 square foot total for a proposed child daycare and meeting space located at 172 Gunnell Road.
Can I ask a quick question? Real quick, the
Yeah.
microphones today, what's the status?
They are operational, the lights will be turned on, do not
So-
turn them off, we'll adjust the volumes as needed.
We don't need to
with
push it?
J. Yeah, don't touch them. If the light is off.
If the light's
turn it
off, so
on.
if your light's off, turn it on.
Yes.
Okay, my
But
light's on.
otherwise, at this time, we'll just automatically adjust the volume as determined.
Got it.
So like,
Okay.
chatter all you want.
Thank you.
It'll be on
Before we get
recording, so-
started, Charlie, would you like to swear everyone in? Let's do that
yes, sir.
first.
Everyone who plans to speak tonight, if you could stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the statements you're to make tonight to be the truth to the best of your information and belief? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Go ahead, Elise.
So this is our old business. It's PDP 2022-40, a preliminary development plan to construct a 6,000 square foot building for daycare operations. It says daycare and school. I'd like to clarify that on the staff report itself and in the agenda, it is for a daycare and meeting space. It is a direct quote from the application information. Unfortunately, I failed to update this specific slide to reflect that correct naming. Located at the property address 172 Gunnell Road, zoned A1 agricultural, surrounded by agriculturally zoned properties, and is about 5.6 acres with direct access off of Gunnell Road. There are 4 variances and waivers, most of which are pertaining to landscaping requirements, and then one of which is for a request for the continued use of a gravel parking lot and storage area. Since there's been some discussion on the use as well as the development plan, we kind of restructure this presentation. So we will begin with a conversation on the uses and everything like that. And then based off of the conclusions and interpretations from the Planning Commission Board, if there is an interpretation that it was granted by the Board of Adjustment at either of their meetings for the operations as described by the applicant in previous meetings, we will continue with the discussion of the development plan. If there are instances or evidence that suggests that it was not granted or there are questions regarding that, and the Planning Commission Board elects to send it back to the Board of Adjustment, we will not discuss the specific development plan information until such time that use has been addressed appropriately. So we'll get into the background. Oh my gosh. So this is an aerial shot of the property here. It is, Gunnell Road is directly off of US 62, just east of the Oxford Village Historic Community. This is as it stands according to our most recent aerial photography. There's an existing worship space, a 51-car parking lot, respective drainage and some small buildings on the site, as well as a gravel lot that we will discuss if we get to that point tonight. This is the development plan as approved in their 2006 project when they established the building, the parking lots, all the features and everything. Again, we'll kind of go into further what the proposed changes will be, but just want to establish with that. So this is our timeline of kind of development to kind of best frame everything. I find it easier to see a linear path, and I figured it would offer a benefit to kind of also see that. So they operated as a church use and had a preliminary development plan approved in 2006 that continued its operation as an exclusively a church, or at least as we understand it, exclusively a church, until September of 2021, at which the applicant applied for a conditional use permit to use the facilities as a child care center in addition to its current function. That was granted in October 7th, 2021 by the Scott County Board of Adjustment. From that point onwards, they operated, or they had the operations out of the existing worship space and the existing facilities, which would be that main worship space. And then in March of 2022, there was a conditional use permit for the, quote, adding a new building for daycare and school adjacent to the church building, unquote, granted at the April 4th, 2022 Scott County Board of Adjustment meeting. From that point, they filed an application for the August 2022 Planning Commission meeting, which we heard on that specific date, and we've been kind of reviewing the process and portions from this point onwards. So after the first August meeting, there were just discussions on the legitimacy of the use, since a child care facility is a conditional use and a church is a conditional use in the A1, whether or not the Board of Adjustment made the interpretation that a school was included in that operation. So this is our notification area. This is our standard notification area for all county applications. Specifically, it's all adjoining parcels receive a mail notice saying that there's this discussion going on. So anyway, hope it doesn't freak out on me. So this is a kind of excerpt of the information proposed, the information provided at the application for the first operation, which is to operate the daycare out of the existing facilities. These are the hours of operation, enrollment, employee counts, and then I also included the specific findings that were adopted by the Board of Adjustment at their October 2021 meeting, not 2022 meeting. So I would like to make that note on corrections. So you can read. If you want me to read them, you're welcome to, but at this point, this is where this stands. And then we have, in theory, the video, if we feel so inclined to watch it. We did send out links to the board for review on your own personal time. We did embed it. It doesn't appear to be showing up at this exact moment, but if we do require some type of reviewing of the video, we can see about having that visible and kind of presented. This is the information from the 2022 April application, requesting, and quote, a new building for daycare and school adjacent to the church building with their listed enrollments and everything like that, their employee counts, and then the findings that the board adopted at their April 4th, 2022 meeting. And that's the recording there if we so need it. After the meeting scheduled in August of 2022, the attorney for the Board of Adjustment, Charlie Perkins, kind of had a summary findings memo that he released to staff and that we have kind of shared onto there. This is just a summary of the operations and the findings from our attorney specifically. Some of these I've kind of paraphrased and kind of clarified more. So if you'd like, I can kind of go through them, or we can kind of pause at this point. And if you have anything for the board.
Since there's members of the community that obviously probably have seen items like this before, I think at least the general reading would be good.
Yes, I can do that. So there's a series of findings, the first of which is that the first conditional use permit was for child care center operations for an unknown number of children. When requested, the applicant provided an expected enrollment of 15 to 20. When I mean an unknown number of children enrolled, in the application information, there was no number. And so after the application filing deadline, I reached out to the applicant and requested over email the enrollment expected on the site. The first conditional use permit was for the childcare of the specific number of students, and there was no mentioning nor of a school nor of additional children beyond this value or this operation. The third point is that the second conditional use permit was for a new building for daycare and school. There had been no previous granting of a school operation, and the operations of a school were not requested as part of this application. The application was only applied to the proposed building and did not include information on the number of children enrolled, and the Board of Adjustment approves the new building but did not take explicit action to review the specific details of a school operation, as none was requested or advertised. Again, we can.
Before you move on to number 3, Elise, just, I thought we discussed this both in the workshop and the last meeting, that the email response to you several days before the meeting did say it was a school and did say that there was going to be 80 students in, if it were totally enrolled, 80 students.
Yes.
So does that not contradict number 1 and number 2?
I will defer to the attorney's opinion on it, since this is his specific findings that I don't want to speak incorrectly to his
Thanks.
intent.
No, I don't believe it does, because the crux of this is, it was not advertised for approval of a school. It was advertised for a building, for child care and school operations to be moved there, which could be aspirational, it could be, long-range plans. But that's not what the advertisement is. The key to any Board of Adjustment action has to be, what's the application saying, what to be advertised? So a couple of days before, saying, oh yeah, we're going to go into operation, we want up to 80 kids. Well, we've already advertised 2 weeks before that.
But I thought
and the public has already decided, more than likely, do they need to be there or not.
Right, but I thought when we reviewed the application, this might have been a couple months ago, and Rhett, I think you hopefully remember this, when we literally opened in the application and went through it, it said school and it did say 80 kids. I just want to clarify that, because the way it's
I
being,
remember this, but I'm curious, his interpretation.
Well, no, I agree with you, but the application was buildings,
But
for, what I forget now what it was, to expand, daycare, childcare, and school operations. There were no approved school
I
operations.
think what he's
that
getting
point.
at is there was no previous approval, so
Yeah.
to expand upon that use, there was no existing use.
all right,
That's my interpretation. And as I said, I believe at that same meeting, if the commission feels like, because you all have looked at the record quite a bit, that no, that was what was intended and it was appropriately advertised, since the language, I believe, straight from the application is what was advertised, then you just go right on. If not, and I just want to contradict one thing, you wouldn't be to send it back. We don't have that authority.
correct.
We would just simply turn it down because it didn't have prior approval, if that's what the board feels it should have. Or it can't be, even if it were approved, and we've never done this before, so I'm not sure about the mechanics, or approve the plan, but not for the purpose of starting construction and all that until it goes back and gets. That to me seems to be fraught. So my suggestion would be, if you feel like it wasn't approved, turn it down, let them go back, and then that way there is no confusion. If you feel like it was approved, well, then you go right ahead and you approve the development plan.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, just for another point of clarification, when you use the term advertise, you refer to public notice.
I'm sorry, yeah. It's
I'm
more.
just.
No, you're correct. It's more than mere advertisement. It is public notice, and it's critical that the public actually gets notice of what we're going to take up and what might be approved. So, yes, sir, it's public
That's all I got.
notice.
Sorry.
So this application to the Board of Adjustment, for our April Board of Adjustment. The application was in March. It says existing use, church/childcare, and then description of request, adding a new building for daycare and school adjacent to the church building. So weren't they asking for the school at that time?
That's what I thought.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, just because I was there and doing the minutes doesn't mean anything. If you think it was approved, then you go right ahead and approve the development plan, you know, to the extent it's appropriate. I simply raised that because when I heard the presentation, I thought, wait a minute, I don't think we did that. I don't think the board did that. But if the record appears, yes, it did, well then, period. You go right ahead and you approve the plan.
That was the application you just read from?
It was.
Okay. This, you mentioned the word, and I remember this discussion in previous workshop, 2 workshops ago maybe. The discussion around the word expansion, you just mentioned it then. Where did the word expansion come in?
It says adjacent to the church building.
Okay. But there was,
That word was in, I don't have that.
so the word expansion,
I mean, this is a direct
misspoke.
quote from the applicant
Okay.
on the application form on the board.
And that's what Charlie's quote, he's got that
Correct.
copy
Yeah.
application.
Does it say there to continue school use or?
Addition, there's the word addition, or adding.
Adding and new building.
so the discussion of expanding isn't in there? Because I know we talked a lot about that as it related to how can you expand something you don't currently have?
So they're asking for adding a new building.
Okay.
See, I think the discrepancy here is, yeah, this application,
This was the one in October. This is the one in April.
Any other questions before Elise continues? All right, go ahead, Elise.
Continuing to point 4, current statements on the development plan submitted are that the building is meant to be for a school up to 80 students. This is as reflected in the minutes and the recording from the August meeting. The BOA applications do not include the school operations nor the number of children enrolled. Point 5 is that a Board of Adjustment may only approve for what is applied for and advertised. The staff report for the second conditional use permit had findings of 15 to 20 children listed. And then the 6th point is that in the staff recommendation for the second conditional use permit, there was a statement about approval to expand daycare and school operations to a new building. This is an error as there appears to be no approved school on site which could then be expanded to a new building. The application was advertised and for a building and not a school. And that is what we have.
Any comments or questions for Elise by the commission?
We'll continue.
Can I go, continue back, sorry. So number 6 then, that's where the word expansion came in from the staff recommendation,
Yes.
even though it wasn't on the application?
Correct. Is in.
And it was advertised from directly what was on the application or with the word expand?
I don't know if we have a copy of the letter in there.
I believe it was strictly the language from the application.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe we talked about that and determined that at that
Which seemed to
first
be
workshop.
in adding the school, right? Okay, thanks.
So, since all this is being mulled over, the neighboring property owners, some of whom are in the 1,000-foot notification window required for outside of urban service boundary preliminary development plans and planning commission applications, have consulted a lawyer, which I believe is not present. Yes. Harold Sims, who's not present currently. They object to the conditional use permits and otherwise, citing the 3 points above. First of which is that the school use was not explicitly requested nor considered as part of the October conditional use permit. Second of which is that as a result, the request for an expanded use to the new facility stated in the April conditional use permit did not grant the operations of a school expansion as school uses were not approved previously. And the third of which is that the Board Board of Adjustment has a finding that the number of children enrolled is expected to be 15 and 20, not the recently stated enrollment expectations of 80. They object to the preliminary development plan approval, citing that the preliminary development plan is for the construction of a daycare meeting space, not a school as stated by the applicant. And then the comments on the petition itself and the correspondence with the staff outside of conditions, so many phone calls have come in, pertain to traffic safety, conditions of and on Gunnell Road, the safety of children, the impacts on the livelihood and usability of the working farms that surround the project site. And Charlie does have a copy of the letter, which I was pretty sure I had in there, so. If we want to take a pause and allow for that to be passed down, we can take that, or,
I think you can continue.
very good. So, just kind of going over the board's kind of roles, it's within the power to determine feasibility of use in grant property, the ability to execute a conditional use based upon the information that's provided by an applicant. They cannot infer information on an applicant's intentions nor the details of the use's operation without explicit listing from them. They can't approve a use that's not explicitly requested, outlined, or detailed within an application. They're also able to impose conditions upon an applicant or use that would allow for the proper integration into the surrounding community in order to ensure that the character of the community is retained. The Planning Commission Board's power is then to regulate new development in accordance with current regulation and whose purpose is to execute either permitted use or conditional use in a given land use type. So just kind of wanted to go over rules on that one directly from statutes, but made a little bit more plain English and not as long-winded and hard to read. So the subsequent discussion is to make an interpretation on the Board of Adjustment's granting of the conditional use permits. The action of granting a conditional use is outside the purview of the Planning Commission, and then must make a determination or an interpretation on the Board of Adjustment's discussion and findings, and cannot approve and the board cannot approve an application that would execute a conditional use that has not been approved by the Board of Adjustment. So these are kind of the recommendations and next steps going forward. If the Planning Commission Board has a conclusive interpretation that the Board of Adjustment has approved the conditional use permit applications to the extent expressed by the applicant, a motion to affirm the uses would be made. And if the action is taken, the Planning Commission Board we will proceed forward with the discussion on the preliminary development plan that's included in the packet and mostly discussed in the staff report. If the Planning Commission Board cannot make a conclusive interpretation that the Board of Adjustment has approved any of the parts of the conditional use permits to the extent expressed by the applicant, a motion to pretty much functionally reapply and that type of thing to the Board of Adjustment should be made. We would not proceed forward with discussion on the preliminary development plan for the new building, and then as part of the motion, you could consider something along a timeline or just kind of expectations and that type of conversation. And then, yeah, that's all I have for that one. Is there any questions while we pass around the letter?
So the letter did include the word expand.
Mhm.
Do I understand from what you said previously, that was just because staff had maybe inadvertently or not thinking about it, inserted it into the recommendation, but really it wasn't in any application?
It's difficult for me to really call to mind
Uh-huh.
the explicit, like whether or not what my intention was
Right.
in that one. Knowing how I form words and sentences, I try to pick something that best explains something, and saying adding, I believe, most likely would have not been something that would have been easy to express in the sentence and format. I mean, again, that's up for interpretation also on my extent of things, because the application does say adding, and my use of language unfortunately will have an impact on this, but in interpretation, but it wasn't intended to at that
Okay,
time.
I
But-
understand.
So,
I
yes,
just
it
wanted
does
to make sure
include
I
the
was
word
clear.
expand. I would not be able to conclusively say one way or another on what my intent was.
Yeah.
And that can
I
also be
understand.
up
I
for
was just
discussion.
trying to confirm it
No,
wasn't derived directly from the application. It was
I
ultimately
would say
placed
that it
in the
would be a
record.
staff
Okay.
interpretation.
Okay.
Any more questions? If not, Elise can continue.
Well, kind of as our
Okay.
if we want to discuss this from here.
I think the way
Consider.
Charlie put it best is, it's not making a decision to send it back to Board of Adjustments. It would be the decision, do we want to hear this? Or if not, we would then turn it down and it would go back to Board of Adjustments.
And that would be part of the motion.
Correct.
The record isn't clear that this was an approved conditional use,
Right.
therefore denying the application for the development plan. Or if, and I would suggest, the suggestion or the recommendation of the board is to do that in a separate motion. I really don't care for that idea. I mean, I understand it's logical as all get out.
Yeah.
But I think that should probably be made part of a single motion, either to approve it, and if you get a majority, then you approve it, or a motion to deny, because I don't believe the record's clear that it was approved. And then, of course, if that motion fails, then you seek a second, an additional motion. But that way, we don't have what could somehow appear to be a final action before we take,
So I think the decision just needs to be made is, do we hear this tonight and move forward on with the application? Or do you truly feel like we need to deny it, which would in turn send it back to Board of
And you've certainly had
Adjustments?
discussion on that.
Right.
What
A
I'm
lot of
saying is,
discussion.
I would prefer one motion.
Yeah.
So if the consensus appears to be it wasn't approved, do that motion. If the consensus appears to be it was, then go on with the development plan, and then again, have one motion at the end. Even if that turns out going, a different way. I'd really prefer to have one motion if that can logically be done and express the will of the
So
commission.
any discussion maybe before we entertain a motion to,
We don't know what the mindset of the Board of Adjustment was. We don't know how they viewed this. Was it,
If I
Was
could
it a
interrupt you just
school?
a second,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what their mindset is. If the record shows that it was, it was. Even if they were thinking, Kings Island. If the record doesn't show, then it wasn't. So it really doesn't, it's irrelevant what they were thinking. If what they appeared on the record to have proved is the school, then they approved the school. That just means others may have misunderstood it, including me. If on the record it appears they didn't approve the school, then they didn't. But we really need to ignore anything as to what they may have been thinking, because obviously we can't recover that.
that's what I was getting
Yeah,
at.
and that's, and it's gotta
It's
be on the
obvious
record.
that, yeah, it's obvious from this application in April that they asked for a school. Now, I don't know if the Board of Adjustment approved that or not, but they asked for it. And then it came to us, so I can only assume, and I know what assumptions do, but we can only assume that the Board of Adjustment voted on an additional building that would be for a daycare and a school.
Again, you don't need to assume. If that's what you think the application was for, and they approved the application, that's in the minutes, then there is no issue.
Okay.
and Charlie, I don't think we would need a motion to continue. We would just continue unless we had a motion to decline. Because we don't need a motion to vote on to continue. We would just hear the application.
No, that's why I think there
Right.
should be just one motion. And if, for example, if Charlie's reading of the record is the consensus, absolutely not.
Right.
Consider the plan and then have a single motion approving the plan. If by the time you get there and you're not really sure and some haven't fully decided, you can still make the motion at the end that says, for the reason that we don't believe the record says that. But no, if the record says it, then you go on with this development
Okay.
plan just like any other.
So more discussion?
I agree with Charlie. To me, it's clear from what you read from the application that that was the intent of the application.
Yes.
Any other thoughts, objections to that thought? At that point, I think we can hear it. Not really, not yet. I'll get to you, I promise.
I guess according to, if this is the advertisement is advertising to expand something that didn't exist. It's advertising, they're going to expand school operations. How can you advertise to expand school operations when they don't exist?
Well, I thought they do have currently a 15 to 20 student, I don't know if you want to call it a daycare or a
That's
school?
childcare.
Is it just childcare?
It says to expand daycare and school operations. How can you can you expand an operation that's not, doesn't exist? Daycare, yes. School, no.
But ultimately, the application didn't say expand.
This letter
It said-
falls between the two applications.
Right.
Yeah, it was, I think staff's insertion of the word expand that really didn't exist in the application. I guess maybe I'm thinking too, from a technical standpoint, they approved the application. The application stated adding a school, right?
Adding a building.
Adding a building, but it
But-
used the word school, daycare and school,
It did.
Correct.
right?
It did.
But the advertisement to that was that they're basically already a school,
Right.
they're just expanding it.
But what the Board of Adjustments voted on wasn't the advertisement, it was the application, right?
Right.
What the residents saw was that advertisement.
Billy, you gotta, I can't have
I do
people shouting
understand
from the
that, I
crowd.
understand that point, but
I'll
from a
bring
legal
people up
perspective.
accordingly, I promise.
Yeah. I understand that point, but from a legal perspective, my interpretation of our role is to then say, here's what the Board of Adjustment did, and based off of that, this is our role.
Well, I mean, it sounds like we're hearing it regardless, right?
I would say so. Unless we chose to decline it immediately,
At this point, I mean,
then it would go back to the board.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
see, there's nothing saying that it still has to be.
Well, and I
approved.
feel like if we decline it, we are second guessing what our Board of Adjustment approved. Just like if somebody were to send something back to us, I think it would be unfair to us.
Well, except you can't send it back to them.
Well, I'm saying through
All
a
we can do
decline,
is
we
say-
would ultimately be sending it back.
No, they would go back.
Or they,
They
the customer,
would go
yeah,
back
the
and
customer,
say-
the client would have,
yeah.
yeah, the applicant
If we
would have to go
declined
back.
it, it would be because we didn't think that they got the conditional use
Correct.
permit, right, that it didn't have it.
Correct.
Agree with that also.
So more discussion, thoughts? If not, it sounds like we're hearing it. Am I getting that, or do I need to take a motion? Or a head count?
Well, not real, although, I mean, there are other members who may or, I mean, we don't know. But as I said, I would prefer one, so, you know, finish it, go through it, hear, you know, the people here to discuss it, because that's why a number of people are
Right.
here to discuss it. And then one motion, and either it gets approved or it doesn't get approved, just like any other development plan does.
I guess just let's do this, a show of hands, who feels like we should hear it and continue on? A show of hands? So who wants to, all right. Sounds like we're gonna hear
What kind
it,
of Charlie's getting at is trying to avoid a motion within a motion.
right.
Yeah, I just don't, I don't
Yeah,
care.
When that's not a
Yeah,
motion, that's just
right,
who wants.
exactly. Okay,
All right,
do it.
go ahead, Elise. Looks like we're
I
hearing
like
it.
the pause for me to like catch my breath a little bit. Not really, but like, so.
Wasted all already, I guess.
So,
That's right.
this is the specific development plan that's come in. This is after a couple corrections in the August meeting and in some discussion on it. The areas that are highlighted in color are areas that would be added. I did not highlight like the grading and the water management and the septic area specifically, just because it makes it a little bit distracting, and what we're more visually into is the buildings themselves. So the area in orange is the two 3,000 square foot buildings connected for a total of 6,000 square foot. The area in pink is a drop-off path, single lane, measuring 12 and a half feet that would go around the area in blue, which is identified as a fenced-in playground. All other features on the site would remain as they stand currently. So, something that didn't exist in the 2006 plan is this gravel lot. I didn't highlight it very well. I tried to, and then there were issues with it kind of making the area difficult. We previously discussed it. For general background, it was not shown in the 2006 plan, and it was not requested as part of an amended development plan. Any addition to a site that had a development plan needs an amended one, rather no matter if it's major or minor, it needs one filed, and there wasn't one filed. As a result, it fails to meet our vehicle perimeter requirements. You need a waiver for these types of operations, and it also is in conflict with existing water lines and recently added, but still relevant, an existing fiber optic line. So if it came through the right channels and actually went through the proper steps of development, we would have noticed this and we would have not had something conflicting like this. Given the circumstances, the applicant has expressed that this area is not often used. It stores, I believe, a church bus and a church van, and that if required, sometimes there are individuals that use it for excess parking or other things. At the August meeting, we discussed the requirement of having view-way perimeter landscaping. If this is something that would remain, staff would recommend that it would be applied, which would include trees and a buffer that would go along the length of Gunnell Road that the gravel is parallel to, as well as along the north property owner. So they would need to install the appropriate trees and the appropriate buffer requirements. Given that this conflicts, staff does not support a waiver to allow for them to not include plantings. There's conflicts with these easements, and the trees would also conflict with these easements. But again, if they would have gone through the proper steps, we wouldn't be in this situation. It would have been done right, and the gravel would never have been put down the way it has been. So staff is not in support of anything that would allow for the gravel lot to exist as it is in conflict with the easements, while also still requiring that view-way perimeter landscaping. So if we do approve it, they would have to adjust the gravel and put the plantings in at the appropriate widths in accordance with our current regulations on landscapes and land use buffers. So this is the highlighted vehicle use areas on the plan itself, and there is an error in the staff report, or rather misunderstanding in the staff report on the true value of the parking lot as expressed by the plat submitted. They show the existing parking lot having 23,000 square feet of VUA area, and then the drop-off path having about 3,900, almost 4,000 square feet of vehicle use area, for a total vehicle use area of 27,261.93. So we would round that up. I don't know why I put all those numbers in there. I'm really bad at numbers. But anyway, so these are the highlighted areas here. When we start to discuss our landscaping requirements, we base the interior landscaped area by the volume of vehicle use area. It's 10% of that. So given the total vehicle use area of 27,262, when we're rounding up, the minimum interior landscape area required would be 2,726.1 square feet. Well, if we were to round up, it'd be 27. And the current proposed interior landscape area is 1,312 square feet, which is about 4.8% of the requirements. Mostly distributed amongst the kind of 3 dots, or I'm sorry, not the 3 dots. The 6 dots and the individual stars are individual tree plantings. They're all small trees, but they are tree plantings that are at least appear to be in good health, resulting in a deficit of about 1,414 square feet of interior landscaped area. The applicant has requested a variance to this to reduce that requirement from 10% to 4.8% in order to not have to plant any new trees or previously established landscaped areas that have been removed and that type of thing. Nor would that address any of the increased vehicle use area for the site, so including that drop-off path and that drop-off path. If we consider the interior landscape tree requirement, this would also result in a deficit in the minimum number of trees required, so it would have to be something along those lines. Based off of the value there, it's actually 12 trees because you have to round up, and I forgot to update this, but you have to round up, so it would be 12 minimum trees. There are 7 trees that are existing, and they would remain, or at least as they're shown as remaining, which would result in a deficit of 5 trees that would need to be planted in the interior landscaped area. Staff doesn't support this request. Interior landscaped areas are requirements of all operations. Obviously, obviously governmental buildings are outside of the realm of planning and zoning ordinances, so you don't see them sometimes in certain locations where they're government buildings, but in any other operation, any other church, any other private managed school, any other church-school combo or daycare school combo has to adhere to these regs. And so staff believes it's inappropriate to allow for one to not have to deal with these regs when everybody else has to standard by those. The interior trees offer benefits for water management, they offer some screening, they beautify sites, and they just overall benefit the visibility and the quality of life on that site, and should be continued and required for this site. So as a result, the applicant would need to install the required remaining deficit square footage as well as the trees that are required if you agree with staff recommendation to deny the request for variance. In the staff report, there's mentioning about 661 square feet of landscape area. After finding this discrepancy, I've had to recode the language for the specific condition 9 in the conditions of approval to better reflect the changes and the realization of a miscalculation on our side of things. So I will kind of go through that shortly, but just something to note that that has been addressed in the conditions of approval when we get to that point.
Is it possible to scoot that TV over? It's blocking part of the slide. I'm assuming it's on rollers, I don't know. Probably was in here for the election. Perfect, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no wonder I couldn't move that. Matt, I can't believe you've done that to me. It's like a joke. So mean. So, when we also consider this, with the discussion on trees and everything like that, since the 2006 plan, when it was enacted, there's a tree canopy requirement of 10 to 15% of total land area. Initially, they requested a variance because of the size of the property, but we've instead offered an adjusted site size to where it's the only portions that are impacted. So you can kind of see that orange dotted line area. That's the area that we kind of considered as that 3.5 acres as opposed to the total 5.6 acre parcel. Keeping in mind the existing tree line, the existing BUA perimeter landscaping, and the few remaining interior landscape trees, as well as they did include some proposed trees noted in the light blue. There are 5 large trees, I believe they're oaks or another large species along that kind of south side that would allow for them to get up to the total proposed canopy of 16,887 square feet. I mean, if the board were to approve or to agree with staff recommendation to not approve a request for interior landscape area variances, they could kind of trade them out and they might not need all 5 of those trees. It would obviously be up for discussion on the landscape side of things, but we could kind of trade those out and instead of having those large trees, have fewer ones and have some of the percentages go into the interior landscaped area tree requirements. So this is just how it stands right now. This says, all things considered, staff recommends approval of the preliminary development plan with 2 waivers, the first of which is for the gravel parking lot to remain on the site. If it is approved, this is kind of a contingency one, where it would be a waiver to the interior landscaped area, but not the BUA perimeter requirements of the gravel lot. Circumstances of having interior tree plantings and having to kind of concrete them and curve them in, and then also have the plantings within it is kind of contradictory to one another, and so staff feels it appropriate to not require them to have that interior landscape area if they are granted the continued use of that gravel parking storage area. It would not apply to the paved parking lot areas or any of those requirements. There are 10 conditions of approval. The first 4 are kind of our standard ones, and I'll get to the one that really is updated. So condition 9, which is highlighted, is the one that specifically mentioned the 661 square feet of interior landscaped area conversation. We rephrased it to better articulate the discrepancy found, in which it will now say the applicant shall install all required interior landscaped areas within the paved parking lot in accordance with all related regulations. Every other condition will remain the same. It's just that one change in that clarification of language to allow for these discrepancies and changes to be mediated. Besides that, that's all we have at this time.
You sure?
I can keep going.
Any questions, comments for Elise at this point?
So back to number 9.
Yes.
In your map of the parking lot, they have 6 existing trees in those islands, is that correct?
They have 7. There are 2 in the middle ones, and then there's 1 remaining in the back corner on the southeast side.
Okay, and so, how many would they be required?
They would need to meet the minimum requirement of trees, so that would result in 5 additional trees being planted
But they
in
don't
either.
have to be inside the parking lot.
Yes.
They can
So-
be, just like you were showing in that previous slide with the blue,
Mhm.
they can be right there. That meets the requirement.
Those are not, the light blue trees are not interior landscape trees. They need to be within it in either an island or a peninsula, in accordance with our regulations on interior landscape trees.
So
So it
how
had
many more trees do they need?
5.
Interior, 5?
So they would either, they did remove some interior islands and peninsulas, so they could reinstall them, or,
So can they plant them on the, along the border, along the edge? Is that considered
no, it would need to be within the parking
in
area.
the parking lot itself?
So they do have 3 existing peninsulas that don't have trees right now, and 2 of them that have been pulled. I understand they've expressed some issues with some accessibility, especially on the one by the front, by that canopy and those ADA accessible spots.
Right.
So they may need to like adjust those and move those elsewhere, but staff still feels it's appropriate to require that they have the same, meet the same standards that all other developments that have this type of use and operation have to follow,
Okay, thank you.
of course.
Other questions, comments for Elise? All right, thank you, Elise. We'll have the applicant come up and speak.
My name is John Sosby. I'm an attorney with Cook & Watkins here in Georgetown. We were engaged to represent Living Waters in this application. We're here also with the associate pastor, Eric Rowe, from the church. We also have representative from Thoroughbred Engineering here as well to answer any of the technical questions. I guess I would start with, do you all have any questions for me that are just burning questions? I might short circuit some of my presentation if you do.
I believe a couple of months ago when we started talking about the trees, Reverend Gaunt said, that's not a problem. We will plant the trees that are needed.
No, I think that's absolutely correct. I think
Okay.
they're prepared to, they would certainly request the waivers and variances that the staff mentioned, but at the end of the day, if you say no to those waivers or variances, yes, they'll plant the trees.
Okay, so we don't need to discuss trees anymore.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I will mention, there's been quite a bit of discussion this evening on what happened before this came to you at the Board of Adjustments. A couple of things, just in anticipation of some of the public comments I know, and also to address some concerns that I know have been in existence with this group. The application that was filed did not include the language about expanding. That was something that came from staff, and in fact, at the Board of Adjustments discussion, when that was being heard, I do have a copy of the transcript of that meeting on April the 7th. When it was introduced, the staff member actually used that word expand there as well. But the application itself, what was approved by the Board of Adjustments was, I'll quote directly from it, I do have the application here. And what it says is, adding a new building for daycare and school adjacent to the church building. This was the intent that the applicant had, at least, in going before the Board of Adjustments, was to get the school, to have the school building there. The discussions in that transcript from the meeting, and again, you're welcome to not take my word for it and watch, but I did have our office manager do a transcript of this. She came to our office from medical transcription, so she was excited to get to do what she used to do. Or at least she said that. Maybe she was just being nice. But in any event, we do have the transcript. The word school gets thrown around an awful lot in the transcript. It's very clear that the Board of Adjustments knew that they were discussing a school. There were conversations about the traffic. There were conversations about this was going to have peak times during school hours. It was understood that this was a school that was under discussion. The staff did recommend approval of that. on the basis of including the information that staff had, which included a maximum of 80 students. Now, realistically, are we going to put 80 students in there right now? Of course, the answer to that's no, but that's the maximum that the building could hold. But that information was available to staff. They requested that information. That was under discussion at the Board of Adjustments meeting. Those conversations about the number of students maximum and the fact that this was a school, both were discussed repeatedly during that Board of Adjustments meeting. One thing that I think is appropriate to mention in dealing with what the Board of Adjustments did, they did send out notice to folks, and folks had the opportunity to come and be heard on this. There's been quite a bit of discussion here about what were people told. I guess I'd ask the question whether it said to expand a school or not. As a practical matter, as a citizen, if you think, I didn't know they had a school. How many kids are they planning on having? Whether it was expanded or not, whether that language inserted by staff, again, not in the original application, whether that language made it into what was sent out to the public, I think it at least puts people on notice. Better go over there and see what they're planning if I'm going to be opposed to this, or if I'm not opposed to it, I don't care. But when somebody starts talking to me about a school, my gut reaction with school, of course, my wife is in the school system, and so maybe I'm jaded by that, but I think about a lot of kids running around. And so if people were on notice, as they were, that there was a school under discussion, I think it was on them to come to that Board of Adjustments meeting and make those concerns known, or at least find out, do I even have a concern? What are they talking about doing? Those people did have the notice to do that. And so I do think there's a certain amount of, after that meeting took place, people are starting to raise questions they maybe should have asked before that meeting took place. So, as I said, in my conversations with the pastor, and you all heard some of those as well, I don't believe there's any concern about ultimately meeting all of the requirements that are conditions of approval for this project. I did want to address the concerns that had been raised previously, and some that I know that the public will have in the public comments. With that, I do have a copy of the transcript, and I would make that available to anybody who would like to see that if you want to follow along.
Could you read from the transcript what the actual motion was that was made?
Yes. Okay, this was a motion by Janet Holland. I'll set the motion. I make the motion that we approve application number S 2002-16 with Darrell Gauntz with the Living Waters Fellowship for an admitted conditional use permit on 172 Gunnell Road with which the staff recommends and approval. And that was seconded by Sonia Barnett. And so S 2022-16 is the one, the application that I was reading from previously, from that March the 7th of 2022 was heard later in April of that year.
Thank
So
you.
that was what the motion was to approve, as it says, adding a new building for daycare and school adjacent to the church building.
Okay, thanks.
That's what I read.
Yeah, that application.
Yeah. Yes, that's the same language. Are there any other questions?
Any
for me?
questions for Attorney Soulsby? Thank you.
You all.
Now we'll hear from the public. So I know we have a few people that would like to speak. So one at a time, come up, state your name and your address.
I would like to add, if we could, the picture of the lot layout, plot, please.
Would you like the current area, or would you like the development plan?
The development plan and the housing around it. Years back, I don't know if you know.
Your name, please?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Tom Garrison. I live at 133 Gunnell Road. And my family lives next door at 137. Mother-in-law, my sister-in-law. Been there since subdivision was started. At that time, Gunnell Road was in a different section. There's a pole down there on the corner of Gunnell and 62. where Gunnell used to be. Gunnell was moved about 40 feet over. The pins to my lot fall out in the road right now. I'm paying for that. Our other neighbors down the road, their pins, even in front of the church, are almost to the middle of Gunnell Road now. So the servitude that was in that area, this is, Cynthia, here's where the water lines and fiber lines are, where the old Gunnell Road came across. They're still there now. Yes, they did come in and put some new fiber here for some AT&T tower work and stuff on the side of the road, right? But that easement at one time was in here, and that fiber and water both is going underneath that gravel parking lot that they have there now. I built a new house on lot number 3, and water and fiber were both hit 35 feet on the other side of Gunnell Road, because that road has been moved up towards Cynthiana. Okay, so there's still a lot of stuff underneath the church going over there. When we first got our letter to let us know what was going on in there, it showed one building. One building being built over there. Since we've lived there and that church was started, it was a church. Sunday, maybe another day. Since then, it turned into daycare. Since then, it turned into, hey, why is there so many people over at the church? Since then, it's turned into congregation yard sales. You have a yard sale at your house. People are everywhere. Well, think about a congregation yard sale at that church. We had people up and down the road as far as you could see. That playground that they have there, that's not a fenced-in playground. These kids run wild over there. They're up on Gunnell Road on skateboards, sliding out because it falls down into the back. Now, the thing that concerns me, one of the biggest things is they got a perk test first. Of course, that's what you do in a building. You go get a perk test. If you notice where they're going to put, they came in here and they put 40 loads of dirt. I've been down here. I talked to the man that put all this dirt in there. I went over here to where their building is. There's another picture that shows more of the building. Their power and everything comes off Cynthiana Road here on the back side to come to this church. Perk test said they wanted to put the new septic system out here. They're not connecting this building to this building, and there's a reason why. Their sewer is right here. Their clean out, they have a clean out, right up at about 7 feet off the end of this corner. Here's their air conditioning. Where they're proposing to build them buildings are on top of their existing septic system. It has to be there because the only other area where they're wanting to put in the sewer system is down a pass there. I spoke with the preacher about that, and he told me, he said, no, our septic system for the church is over here in this green space here. I said, you went 90 feet to 100 feet when you could put your system right behind the building. You went 100 feet over there, and then you drove 70,000-pound trucks across it with dirt to put in a new perk system and a new septic system. Well, by that time, we didn't have much of a conversation going on there. You know, we have a lot of traffic down through there. It's our only way in and out of that road. Everybody that lives over there, as far down Gunnell Road, this is our only way out. Their driveway going into that church is very small. It's up on the peak of a hill. For one, the people's property across the street actually falls in the middle of the road. So if you was to you're talking about putting these trees and stuff up, I think you're gonna create an issue. Because people can't see what's coming out of there. It's bad enough all the time coming up through there. Some of the other things that we fight around there, Gunner Road's a long road. Man, when they get down to the point of the water tower, they are so happy to get to Cynthiana Road. We got 55-mile-an-hour cars coming through there. I mean, we don't have a choice. I mean, I can't stop them. I've tried to stop people from the church. There was a gentleman that went to this church that had a hot rod car. Raise the hood, show all his people at the church on Sunday. When he got ready to leave, he's burning tires coming out of there, and I run him down. And I don't know if he doesn't bring the car back, but he doesn't do that anymore. But just the fact that, and another thing, cell phone coverage is really bad in our area. This is where it breaks up, AT&T and Verizon. So from the corner of 62 up to about the 6th lot is where Verizon people that live way down Gunner Road, they have to come there. They park on the side of Gunner Road to be able to talk on their phones. I mean, there's people out there every day that have to come to that area. So this is such a congested area. Your servitudes are such an issue. I went and spoke to the preacher and I said, look, I don't have anything against you increasing. I think I hope every church increases in size and stuff for a community. I said, but all this money you're putting into this, why don't you go somewhere where you're not going to have to deal with these issues? I said, this is a residence. This isn't agricultural. We don't have farm after farm after farm. There's nothing being raised down Gunner Road but homes. We have nothing but homes down there. There's 5 acres right next door to them that was been for sale this past year. I said, why don't you just buy that? Then your access is right there off Cynthiana Road and you won't have any more issues. So I wanted to go over a couple of things that, now putting these the trees and stuff, I don't see how they have adequate parking for what they have now. Because for one, it's a drive-through. That's not considered parking space when it's a covered patio and that's where they're driving through. The only parking space they have out there is for about, you got 12 across the back and maybe 8 in the middle. There's we're talking about a lot of traffic. And now, since, like I said, it first started as a church, now it's turned into something completely different. We have a whole lot of traffic going in and out of there, and there's people there all the time, from daylight to dark, past dark. Now you said, well, we're going to make sure that the kids are delivered during the Toyota times where it's and we're going to make sure they carpool. Well, that's not a good enough answer for me. I've already watched in the years that I've lived over here, 8 years, built a house 2 years ago, and I've watched so many wrecks up there at Gunner Road 62. And if I have to see one of these new homeowners with a child up there, I've already had one man die in my arms there. I don't want to see no children. Somebody hurt on this road. This is a very tough road. This road hurt itself when it got moved. And it got moved because of politics and people wouldn't give up the land and everything for the road to come out where it needed to come out. But the biggest issues with me, a lot of this, the application, I think all of you agree, there's a lot of falsified stuff in there. I mean, you know, I know y'all have your way of doing that, but it just, you know, he went and put in for one building, went and put in all this dirt and everything. Well, we're out a lot of money. No, you're not out a lot of money. You got some topsoil out there on the ground. You can sell it for $375 a load. I'll buy 10 loads from you. Go in my front yard. You know, they don't have so much money invested that they can't find a new location and possibly expand there. I think that's, pretty much what I wanted to bring up, but do take into consideration that that road was moved. And it is a terrible blind spot coming over the top of that hill. And, the servitude area where you're talking about putting the trees and everything, you're gonna be putting it right on top of the main water line coming through there and fiber optic line that feeds towers down through there. Now, AT&T, like I said, has come in there and said that in the future, they're gonna put distribution lines to us. Well, that could be 10 years. I mean, I don't see that happening until they put us into the city. We're not into the city. We're considered rural. But, I don't think I have any other points that I wanted to bring up, but, the sewer system and the septic and the traffic, and that's my biggest concern is the traffic. I sit out there on my front porch every day and I watch so much traffic. And I just hate to see us add so much additional.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison. Anyone else want to speak?
My name's Tom Crow from the 284 Gunner Road. Had a question on, going back to Charlie, on a Board of Adjustments meeting for the school approval, was there a proper notice set out for a school approval?
Well, that's the reason I raised the issue, because I was concerned that it may not be adequate for people to actually know what was being asked for. And as I said, at the very least, I misunderstood what was
Okay,
being
so
asked
if
for.
it was not sent out, then it was approved illegally. And if I remember right, one of the slides said you all cannot approve buildings on property that has not got a conditional use permit. So if it was approved illegally, they don't have a school permit. Therefore, if you had tried to approve the buildings at this point, you're wrong too, because they don't have a use for the buildings.
If I might just draw a little finer point, I don't believe, well, I'm certainly not saying it was approved illegally. What I'm saying is if the notice was not accurate, so that the public notice didn't say this is a school approval coming up, or even if it wasn't that clear to the board, I don't know, but if it wasn't clear, then we shouldn't be, the board should not be considered as having approved it. Not that it's illegal, but that one of our most important duties is to make sure the public is absolutely informed on what is being considered.
Right.
So you look at it and you know, not, you should have known or you could have known, although I certainly understand the practicalities of that. Our obligation is to make sure that you know what we're doing so that you have an opportunity to come and protest, find out, whatever the case may be.
So,
But that doesn't
again,
make
not
it, that
necessarily
doesn't make it
illegally
illegal.
approved, but I'm saying if it was approved without the proper notice, then they really, it's a non-approval.
Well,
So if they've got a non-approval,
if-
then whatever you all do, it can't be approved
If notices
either.
went out, if notices went out and it was ambiguous, nobody came and nobody objected, the 30 days after action was taken, it's legal action because the time for appealing is over. So whatever was done in that, the record speaks for itself. We can't, again, go into what people intended. So no, the appeal time's over, so it stands. We've got disagreements as to what exactly that stand is. But anyway, I can't get any more specific than that. It isn't illegal. And in fact, it just occurs to me that if we're not clear in our notices, that means everybody needs to come to everything because otherwise they can't trust it.
Right.
That's my problem. I think we should just be absolutely, black and white. But again, it's not illegal. And in fact, there was an appeal period. Nobody
But
appealed.
nobody knows about the appeal or anything
Well,
else. So how can you appeal something you don't have no knowledge of?
Now, as I said, the
That-
question then becomes, I guess you need to come something's going on, just to make sure that
Yeah,
you do
and
anything.
that's not practical. You'd have all of Georgetown in here, and you can't do that. So my point of contention is that you're trying to approve something that they don't have an approval of the school, so you can't approve the use of the buildings because they don't have any approval for it. But anyway, beyond that, the traffic issue, and Tom probably alluded to it more than I do because I'm not really in front of the school. My daughter drives by there every day, and somebody pulls out in front of her all the time. But I have not had personally the issue, but I know I've talked to several people that have. The traffic is just the big point of contention. The Gunner Road is not built for that many people. And I want to again ask all of you, if you wanted to have an 80-person school built 100 foot from beside your house, how many of you would like that? You're talking about screaming kids and everything else. I mean, I live a couple houses down, and I hear the daycare kids now. And I'm far enough away, it's not a major issue. My daughter lives right next door, it's a major issue to them. I mean, she can be in her bedroom, and they're screaming and carrying on. And kids are kids, they're gonna do that. But if you start turning 80 kids out there versus 20 or 24, I mean, there's a whole lot difference between a daycare and a regular school, too. Beyond that, you get into school functions. How many of you, I live close to Eastern School, so I drive by there sometimes in the evening when they got school function going on. I mean, you got cars all over the place. Look at all the parking there. They don't near have the capacity for any of that, let alone the traffic. I mean, there's stuff going on over there all the time. I mean, it's talking about 7 days a week. So I don't see any way of approving the school with that much traffic in a residential zone. It's just not practical. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Come on. Oh, joy.
My name is Stephen Price.
Excuse me, Steve, you have not signed in, so I'll sign you in, but you need to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the statement you're about to make to be the truth to the best of your information and belief?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
My name is Stephen Price. I live here in Georgetown. And my interest in attending this planning and zoning meeting arose when I read about it in the newspaper. And I don't know what's going on Gunnell Road and Cynthiana Road. I'm never out that way. But since I've been here tonight, I've noticed two assumptions that I want to address. The first assumption appears in the language that this man spoke and that this Garrison man spoke about tree planting. And I'm a horticulturist and a botanist. And tree planting is a far inferior form of promoting vegetation than simply not mowing. If you have an area where you want trees, the best way to have hardy trees that are adapted to that location, is to simply not mow. And in 3 years' time, natural seedlings will occur. There'll be, in 3 years' time, you'll notice, 2 years' time, if you look hard, 3 years' time, you'll have knee-high tree seedlings everywhere. And then you can, if there's too many, a party can eliminate trees and leave whatever he wants, or whatever she wants. And so that's the first assumption that I want to challenge in the language I hear tonight, the necessity for tree planting. And I urge everybody that deals with planning and zoning issues to consider benign neglect of natural vegetation, that is not mowing, and in 2 to 3 years' time, you will have more trees than you can count. The second assumption that I want to address, again, as a professional horticulturist and botanist, I've heard the word sewer, I've heard the word septic tank tonight. And I want to urge everyone who deals with planning and zoning, who has an interest in planning and zoning, to consider the option relied upon by horticulturists worldwide. And that option is dry earth sanitation, otherwise known as composting toilets. And I urge you before, I urge the party, the church party, the applicant, I urge the regulating party, the zoning and planning commission, before you go any further in this or any other planning and zoning issue in which sanitation, sewer, septic tank is part of the language, part of the, among the issues considered, I urge you to do some research on dry earth sanitation. That is, using dry earth as a medium for the management of feces rather than water. And I urge you to consider the fact that Queen Victoria of England rejected the Town of London's wet sewer system when they installed it in the late 19th century. Because Queen Victoria and most of the population of England at that time were using dry earth sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Anyone else like to speak?
My name is Bill Parker. I live at 177 Gunner Pike, directly across from the church. At the last meeting, I know we talked, and one of the issues I had, which I'll get to that later, I'll go through my notes, bear with me, I'll mark them off. As I get through them, they may jump us around a little bit, but we'll get through it. One item I don't understand was item 4 on the Scott County Board of Adjustment summary. You know, to me, we have a business park or a business complex there, and how that does not change the character of the surrounding area baffles me. I just don't understand that. So enough said on that. And some of this stuff will only apply if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, it doesn't matter, but there's a couple of items. There's 2 variances that I thought was issues. One being that a variance was approved to extend the building 5 or 10 foot higher than what the regular height would be. Don't understand that. I mean, I understand they can ask for variances, but I don't understand why we give them. And there again, I hope most of you have went out and stood on my, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, for the height situation, the circumstances of the first lot had, or the first plat had an incorrect height listed. The most recent one, I believe, is, I'd have to ask Ben, because I don't have my paperwork on me, but the height listed is not above the standard for the agricultural.
What's that height?
19 and 2 inches.
19 feet?
So
There's
it
no
is
need
no
for a
longer an
variance
issue for that one. That was just a misprint in the first plat, noted in the staff report, and then since then, the misprint's been adjusted and accommodated.
So no height issues.
Great, that's good, because that way I won't be able to see it from my living room because the other building blocks it. The second item would be the gravel parking lot / storage area. I would ask that if, in the event that it does get approved, that the terminology storage area be stricken from that and limited to just a parking lot. I'm afraid if it's a storage area, you're going to limit code enforcement's authority on what they can do there. And as I mentioned at the previous meeting, there was a bus. It has been moved after the meeting that I attended, but there was a bus that had been there for almost 2 years. And the bus has been moved now. They worked on it one day and moved it. It hadn't been moved since. And matter of fact, they've got firewood stored under it. So, you know, and like I said, just, you know, drive out, feel free to come up, stand on my porch, take a look, and see the whole situation. Obviously, there's some confusion on a lot of stuff here. And Charlie, I understand that the time limit's expired on, I guess for
Appealing the Board
appealing
of
the board
Adjustment
members,
decision is
but
next.
you know,
Yes, sir.
right's right and wrong's wrong, and if it's confusing to you, you can imagine how confusing it is to us. You know what I'm saying? But that would be, I mean, the storage thing would be a big issue. I noticed, or I think I noticed, and y'all can help me out, but we mentioned trees, but I don't think I saw any trees that were going in front of the, or in the gravel parking lot. I seen shrubbery, but no trees.
Shown at this time, but per our regulations, we would require a tree planting in this, it's one tree per 30 feet on center, along the impacted boundary lines. So it would be along Gunnell Road for the entire length, and then along the north property
Is it
line.
trees or hedges? 'Cause
It's both.
Both.
Okay.
It's trees and a 3-foot tall buffer, which may be a hedge, wall, fence, earth mound, et cetera, as defined by ordinances.
Well, I have to agree with Mr. Garrison that trees are gonna cause more of a problem with sight lines for traffic.
No,
Where just hedges wouldn't.
the trees, based on what I've seen on the drawings there, are not right up at the road. They're at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the trees are at least a car length back off of the road. So any car pulling out of the driveway would have ample view of the road, because the trees would be part of that.
That's
And-
kind of what I see too, Mr.
Yeah,
Parker.
and like I said, may not be a big deal to a lot of people, but go stand on my porch, all I see is a building, you know? And the trees would definitely help that. The shrubs at one point, I didn't think would be a good idea, but it probably would. At the last meeting I was at, there was some conversation, I believe, with the engineer, and he had mentioned that he thought that Gunnell Road drawings that he was looking at showed Gunnell Road to be 25 foot wide. I've measured it at one spot, and it's actually 23, so it's 2 foot shorter than what they anticipated it to be. I haven't measured all up and down it. It's my intention to go at every mailbox, which is a good reference point, and see how wide it is from 62 up to my place. And I would hope that, you know, other folks would do that as well. I guess the last thing I will say is that, you know, there again, and I'll repeat this, you know, to me, it's a business park or a business complex. You know, you've got a church, you've got a daycare, you're talking about a school. At one point, it's even been used as a shooting range. They've shot guns down there. You know, how that doesn't change the character of the area is above my head. So, thank you for your time. Y'all got a tough job, believe me, I know. I appreciate everything you do. And this doesn't relate to this tonight, but I hope you forgive me. Blood drive tomorrow at Walmart. There's a critical need for blood.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Anyone else like to speak, please?
I'm Rhonda Evans. I've lived on Gunnell Road at 315 for 37 years now. And I do agree with Mr. Garrison and Mr. Probst, the traffic on Gunnell is horrendous. But it is not from the church. I live approximately a half a mile, and my husband and I sit out and have breakfast on the mornings we can and eat supper, and they fly. Not 55 miles per hour either. It's like, it's horrendous. And we live down, you know, and they come over the hill and they see that straight stretch, and I know there's some of them going 75 and 80. So, yes, there is a problem with traffic, but it does not belong with the church. And like Mr. Garrison also said, Gunnell Road used to be different. When I first moved there, it was a flat area. And I do not know the time frame when they changed that road, but they built up that property. And I don't know if any of y'all remember, we had one of these flash floods, 8 inches in 1 hour. We could not get out to go to church, and you couldn't get out the other end. And that's one reason our pastor has not purchased or thought of that property, because it was flooded. And I know that's once in a lifetime, but nobody wants to go through a flood. Also, the thing with bushes and trees, I've been around in Georgetown and surrounding cities, and it's a big gripe with me, trees and bushes. It's like you are, or whoever's responsible, making unsafe conditions. You cannot see the businesses. They do not take care of them. The biggest one, go down here at Lowe's and pull out. It's scary. I'd kind of start peeping out because you never know. And then if you've got somebody speeding, you know, you're pulling out on a prayer. But the school and the church, our church is an active church. We've got a lot of young kids, and I'd rather see them in church and in environments like this than what some of our world and government is allowing to be taught now. Our kids are our future. And I love trees. You can ask my husband, I cry when he cuts some of my dead trees, you know, because I want to see the birds and the squirrels and everything like that too. But, you know, sometimes you have to do that. But like I said, we did plant the trees. I helped plant those trees, you know, when we did that. I drove the truck. We hauled dirt. And so some of them died. You can't help that. And some of the trees they allow you to plant aren't necessarily trees you would want to see. And as our pastor said, these bushes and some of these trees create things that the children in the area and the daycare and school may hide, or Lord knows, you see on these commercials, people come and they take kids in a heartbeat that are standing right next to you. So it's like the church isn't the bad guy here. You know, they're just wanting to do something right. And I know there's traffic that Mr. Garrison sees because he lives right there. But, you know, I see a lot of traffic too, and it's not anything from the church. So just wanted to take that into consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Oh, Mr. Garrison. Come on up.
I work for Scott County.
Excuse me, would you state your name again? for the
Tom
record,
Garrison,
Thank you, sir.
133. I work for the school system. My wife works for the school system. 2 years ago, they brought 7 loads of dirt in the back of that church, piled it up. They insisted that everybody in that church get concealed carry. You want everybody in that church to carry a gun. We don't carry no guns in our schools. We're gonna put a school over there and we're gonna have everybody with a gun? I mean, I don't think that quite works out like that.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? I guess we'll have the attorney back up to kind of probably, I guess, answer some of their concerns, questions.
I will mention, one of the consistent themes here has been traffic, and you know, I think the point is well taken that there's a lot of traffic on Gunnell Road regardless of this project. I think they're seeing significant increases in traffic on the road simply because of where it is in the county, and you know, folks traveling in that area, trying to get to work, trying to get to Toyota. You know, this This is an area that is developing a lot. I know Western Harrison and Eastern Scott County are both developing as there are more jobs in the Georgetown area, and those are improvements to the community. It's a good thing that we've got places for people to work. But as they move out into the county, you're going to see increases in traffic, and I don't think you can directly correlate that to one particular project. So I do think that's a fair point. But in the meeting at the Board of Adjustments, traffic was discussed. And in particular, one of the things that I want to highlight, they did mention a maximum school capacity of 80 students, expecting about 65 trips in the morning, one way, so take that in half, and that's from someone's home, et cetera, then 68 trips in the afternoon. So they did make some discussion about that on the basis of what the neighbors might call the worst case scenario, the maximum scenario of the number of students that this building could possibly have as capacity. Again, I don't think we're there. I don't think there's 80 students knocking down the doors to go to school there right now. But that's the maximum capacity. And with that maximum capacity, Board of Adjustments did approve the application, having had that conversation very specifically about traffic. They mentioned it peaking at school times, had that discussion as well. It's important to recall that they did make that a part of their discussion. They did approve after having had that discussion. And they did approve also on the basis of the staff's recommendations. To Mr. Parker's comment that this changes the area, your professional planning staff, who I know you all rely on a great deal, did make the finding ultimately that this didn't change the character of the area. That is a finding that was made before the Board of Adjustments meeting by your professional planning staff. Likewise, there was a finding that there was no adverse impact on health, safety, or welfare of any of the surrounding properties. Again, that was by your professional planning staff in advance of this Board of Adjustments meeting, and that was with full knowledge by the staff when they made that recommendation about the fact that this was going to be a school, the fact that there was a maximum number of 80 students. So I think you rely on them a lot, and I understand you're not bound by their recommendations, but they are your boots on the ground to go and look at these sites, make some preliminary findings for you. And I did want to highlight that those were some of the findings that were made before the Board of Adjustments meeting back in April of 2022. At this point, I'll open up to any questions from you folks.
Would you or Mr. Rowe please comment on the statement that Mr. Garrison made about the existing sewage system?
I think Mr. Rowe probably would be able to answer that just in terms of where that's located.
Right.
Eric Rowe, 136 Sutton Place Boulevard, the Associate Pastor of the Illinois Fellowship. You can pull up that aerial shot, please. If you pull up the PVA, you can see it explicitly where the septic clean out is. It is not in that big open field in front of the church. That is an open lot, not been touched. The septic system is along that fence line. Pastor knows better than to have trucks driving on a septic system. We know better than to have trucks driving on a septic system. It was purposely driven through the front lot because that lot has not been touched. The current septic system, if you zoom in on PVA's website, you can see the clean out explicitly about here. Yeah, the other one, please. But it is in this area here, and the current septic system is along this lot. This is where the new septic system is proposed to go, right adjacent to the proposed. But that lot in front of the church is untouched property, solid ground.
Thank you.
Any other questions for either Attorney Sosby? I do have one question, and I think it's going to be for the engineer. whoever's here from Thoroughbred Engineering, is the tree line along Gunnell Road, is it gonna be far enough off of Gunnell Road that it won't cause site issues? Because, and I can't think of who said it, I think it was Mrs. Evans, is Lowe's parking lot is the worst in town, I think, because I've almost been hit coming in and out of that parking lot.
Yeah, Brent Combs, and I've actually not been out there, but what I understood from Elise was that the water line and fiber optics line are gonna force some of the gravel to be removed, and then the trees be placed where the gravel's been removed. So the other thing I might say is that your typical site triangle is measured, your eye is 15 feet from the edge of the pavement. So as long as trees and such are at least 15 feet off of the edge of the pavement, then it wouldn't be in the way.
And I would say, looking at the plat, I mean, that's what it looks like. I just wanted to make sure, because it does look like the tree line, both the hedges and the trees, assuming they're planted, somewhat mature trees are planted there, shouldn't cause problems.
Yeah, I didn't make the drawing, so I'm not sure,
Right.
but that's the.
Sure, please.
The dotted line, it's difficult to see on the 11 by 17, but there's this dotted line here. It is a Kentucky American waterfront easement measuring 30 feet in width. So basic policy is to not plant within easements without approval from the utility provider. So that is about half of the gravel parking lot that will need to be relocated on the opposite side, which would then push that planting back.
Half of the lot or just a
Well,
few feet?
I mean, the lot for this depiction is about this wide here, and this is about, probably about half, if you look at just the easements and everything. Again, this would have been rectified if it came through in the appropriate mechanisms, and then you wouldn't be having this discussion. But you look at at least as shown by the applicant and the engineer, there's a 30-foot easement that we can't have anything in.
Right.
So that would push back that visibility line. It would improve site visibility because it would push it, it would push it back 30 feet from that area, and therefore address some of those concerns about
Thank
site
you,
lines.
Elise. So, Mr. Combs and Mr. Sosby, keep that in mind, you're gonna lose quite a bit of that gravel parking lot.
Except that as Elise alluded to, you can get relief from the utility company, so that would be the first thing.
Well, that's my thought is, as you know, being an engineer, if you build on top of an easement, they have that right to tear it down at any time.
Yeah, but all the utility companies also have a encroachment agreement that you can request. Now, I'm not saying they would grant it.
Right.
But that would probably be the first step, would be to see exactly where the line is, how far they'd let you plant close to the line, and then do that agreement. But regardless.
Appreciate that.
Regardless, it looks like vegetation would be further off.
Several feet back, to say the least. Any other questions? Mr. Smith, Mr. Stone?
I guess maybe you were talking about the sewer system earlier. Are both systems going to be used? And is there going to be like one on either side of the building? Is that the way it works?
I have no idea.
Of the new building?
That would be with the health department, but my guess is if there's an existing one that's functioning for the existing building, my guess is it would stay in place, but I'll let.
Okay.
They will both be in use.
There'll be one on either side of the new building.
What do you mean by other side?
But I thought you had pointed one behind the new building.
No, existing building.
Existing building.
Oh, behind the existing building?
If you can pull that arrow up.
Close to the fence line.
She's gonna get her exercise tonight.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
They're required to put in 2 tanks, and I'm on.
Hang on, we'll get your turn.
Okay.
Current system is here, and the other one is going here. There will be 2 systems. This is the current one being used for the church facility. We are required by the state for childcare to have so much water drainage per child. So we're putting a massive system in to meet that requirement for the state. So there will be 2 separate systems, one system being used for the school daycare, one system being used for this current facility.
And now point to where the building is gonna go.
The building is right here adjacent.
Okay, so in essence, there's gonna be a sewer system on either side of the building. That's what I was asking.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I want to add to that, if you don't mind, sir. Right here,
Mr. Garrison, state your name again.
Thomas Garrison. Your power line's coming in right here, like you said. If the pole line stops here, and it goes underground with your service to the building, and you're saying in this area is your septic system right where power is coming into your
I'll
building?
pull it up on PVA, sir, and show you exactly, so you can see it right on the screen.
And if your servitude's here, the building's here,
There's the service. And there's our power. That's all PVA looks like.
No matter where it is exactly located, between the health department and the engineers, they're not gonna let them put a power line through a septic system.
Or
So,
vice versa.
you know, or vice versa. That'll be taken care of.
I mean,
That's not
how
for us to
simple- How
decide.
simple would that be to have someone come out there and
Yeah.
actually,
They'll be doing that during the construction process. You know,
because,
that's not what we're approving tonight.
because I thought I was told that we're not gonna be able to use that septic system for a year with the new dirt, with all the new dirt. It has to settle before you can use it, and they're gonna have to pump it.
And again, that's
So-
something
so
handled
you
by
need
the
to
health
call the
department.
health department.
I understand, but I
Right.
mean, 80 kids or 200 people over there, we're gonna have a pump truck in there every day?
But I mean, that's not something that we, as a planning and zoning commission, really, and to their point, they're not gonna have 80 kids tomorrow. This is the maximum they could have. So they have to meet health department requirements. They have to they can't, they have to follow all the rules. So I mean, to sit here and have this match between,
Here's the thing, when I built my house, they say you have to put in 100 years worth of septic. I want to put in any ground pool in. No, can't do it. Because if they're gonna put that big of a system in there, they have to be able to have enough room on their lot to put a second one in. If that one comes time for that one to fail.
So go talk to the health department. We have no control over
The
that.
health department is kind of the first step you have to go before you go do the permit.
well, they're on here as part of the approval. The health department has to approve it, so they will ultimately approve it, or they can't move forward. Thank you. Mr. Soulsby, did you want to continue to answer?
Yes,
Go, please.
if anybody had any additional questions.
No, well, Mr. Parker, did you need or have one extra question, or?
I just want to make sure I understand, with all the talking about trees and everything off the Gunnell, it's my understanding that the shrubs and the trees will go in, they'll go in to meet whatever code restrictions are required to allow safe traffic flow. But there is right now trees and shrubs planned for the additional, or the entire length of Gunnell there, is my understanding, and that's what I'm asking, just to make sure.
It looks like, and what I understood Mr. Soulsby to say earlier, is they're okay with meeting all the requirements of the inner shrubs that need to be, where'd Elise go? There she is. The shrubs within the parking lot, because it sounds like there's gonna have to be 5 more trees, not outside like initially put in the plans, but it looks like inside, and you're okay with that,
But now
Mr.
the 5 not included in the ones in front of the church, I don't think.
Correct.
Okay, there'll be additional ones.
Additional 5.
Okay, just want to
Right.
clarify. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will mention, there's still the request for a variance from that, but that's within the hands of this group.
Yeah, I don't think staff recommended that approval. He's saying there's a variance to not put the way it's worded, Mr. Soulsby, is if gravel parking lot storage area is approved, waiver to the interior landscape, waiver to the ILA, interior landscape, but not to the VUA perimeter requirements for the gravel parking lot storage area waiver variances to the VUA or ILA not applicable to the paved parking lot. So in essence, I think what Elise asked for earlier in his presentation is not necessarily the 5 trees that were proposed outside the parking lot, I guess would be the south side of the land, but actually within the parking lot.
The existing parking lot.
The existing parking lot.
Not the gravel lot. the
Correct.
parking lot.
Correct.
Yeah, we were starting to conflate which trees were where. I wanted to make sure that
Because
variance was
initially, I
still-
think it was last month and probably a month before that, Pastor Gauntz talked about, sure, we'll put the 5 trees up, but they were completely outside the parking lot, kind of in almost a little of a U-shaped.
Right.
And what Elise had proposed this today, and I'm sure it was been discussed a lot, is to have the 5 trees within that parking lot.
Right.
Not the gravel parking lot, but the existing
Right.
parking lot.
And my understanding is ultimately if that's what's sought, that they will do it.
Okay. Thank
Bill,
you.
if I can ask, I think Bill had a question a minute ago or a comment a minute ago about changing the language on that from parking/storage to just parking because of a concern that it would limit code enforcement's ability to.
Help if there's ever an issue there that code enforcement needs to look at.
Yeah.
If it's got parking lot storage, I think that's gonna create some issues and maybe limit what they can address.
How much they could limit, like a school bus
Right,
being
but if
there
it's a
or.
parking lot, it's a parking lot, and then, you know, everything that goes on there will be to those standards, as I
Yeah.
understand it.
And
That
I
seems
think if a
reasonable.
motion's made, then we could probably strike that out of the waiver. Number 2 is to state if gravel parking lot is approved,
Yeah.
and then requirements for the gravel parking lot, just kind of stricken the storage area.
Yep. Okay.
Because, yeah, I'm in agreement. I don't think a school bus should be used for storage of firewood. I heard it's underneath, so. Okay. Thank you all. Any other questions? Thank you. Any other people in the,
I think there's one over there.
oh, man, we got one here coming up, Mr. Probst. And again, state your name. Thank you, sir.
I had a question. It was brought up that the staff recommended the approval of all of this, I think, with the Board of Adjustments and with you all, because it does not materially affect the neighborhood. I don't see, and again, I've not went to school for city planning and all that crap that you all have to, and I know you all go to some workshop stuff. So I guess I'm more kind of ignorant on that fact, but I don't see any way on earth that you can throw another 800 to 1,000 cars a week on that road and not materially affect the neighborhood. It's just not practical.
I think if we put 2 houses beyond your house, it's gonna increase the traffic. But one term I use a lot, and I'll be rolling off planning and zoning next month, so I've been on it 8 years, is we hear a term, not my backyard. People come out in groves saying, you know, I don't want this because it's gonna increase traffic. It's gonna increase sinkholes or, you know, speeding, which, and then one lady pointed, they go 70, 80 miles an hour and it's not church related. I've been down that road, I hunt down at the other end, and people do drive crazy. I almost prefer to drive that road at night because at least I can see the headlights coming towards me versus during the day. And we're the fastest growing county in the state of Kentucky.
Part of the critical issue is not necessarily Gunnell Road, but the junction of 62 and Gunnell. That seems to be a major, major problem.
And we've had some fatalities on 62 and on McClellan and I guess it'd be 460 there by Old Friends.
Yeah.
Or no, I take that back, 25.
25.
Yeah, and we've had
McClellan.
2 in the last 60 days.
It's like, why do you want to increase all this?
Well,
When
and
it-
that's
when
the problem
and
is
again,
we,
it's nothing against the school. The school can go a number of places. Go up, any one of you all places, go right beside you all.
I mean, the problem is the
Sell them a lot, that's
population
fine.
is increasing, and with increased population comes more traffic, more fatalities.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but put it next to you and not me.
I-
How about that?
I'm in the subdivision, so I'm pretty
I
crowded.
live within spitting
I've been
distance
out
of
on
cars.
your road.
Well, your house next door to you, haven't
do
you?
Your road's a lot more
School.
quiet than mine,
You already
I
got a school.
guarantee you.
I see cars every day.
So,
I used to live
thank you,
right
sir,
behind it.
appreciate the input. Anyone else want to speak? Commissioners, and any further discussion?
I will just say that I understand that the notice could have maybe been clearer if it left out the word expansion. It did say school. To me, that's a defining point. I think it's risky for us to interpret how anyone would interpret this, right? Based off of ambiguity versus at least having the essential notification of it was a school. I get that the expansion's in there. I think it's clear from the transcript of the meeting for Board of Adjustments as well as the motion made, which is in the transcript, and all the time school was mentioned, that they understood they were approving a school, and that was the reason for that conditional use permit, right? So I will just say that. I do understand the concerns that maybe you would have shown up had it not said expansion, but said addition of a building for the daycare and school. I don't know what would have made it clearer, but I can understand the concern, but at least from my interpretation of the facts that we have on hand of what the Board of Adjustment did, it seems clear to me their intent was to approve the school conditional use permit. So, that's all.
Thank you, Mrs. Singer. If there's no more comments, questions, thoughts from the audience
here.
or the commission, I guess I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for approval of PDP 2022-40 with the elimination on waiver 2 of storage area so that it is only gravel parking lot, and the change to condition number 9 so that it will state the applicant shall install all required ILA and must locate within the parking lot in accordance with all related regulations. I think that was what it should say.
Okay, so I've got a motion by Mrs. Singer.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
Tell me again what you said about number 9.
Oh, Charlie. You're
Well,
gonna
I
make me
thought I understood when it was up there,
The
but
way what I wrote down was the applicant shall install all required interior landscape, what does the A stand for?
Yeah, areas.
Areas, yes.
ALA.
Within the paved parking lot in accordance with all related regulations.
So
Is that
mine's already been corrected.
Okay.
That's why I thought,
Ours
that
is-
doesn't make
okay,
sense.
okay.
Mine's already been corrected. Good.
Got it.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we've got a motion by Mrs. Singer.
Second.
Was that Mr. Vest, seconded by Mr. Vest? We'll do a roll call. Mr. Mifflin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Stone?
No.
Mrs. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
No.
Mr. Shirley?
No.
The chair votes yes. So we've got a tie vote, 8-8.
Again,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I remember something like this happening before.
2 months ago.
It can go to the,
No, it's not a zone
No,
change,
no,
so
this
it don't
is
go.
in the zone change. This stays here.
We can continue to hear it every month until we don't have an even number. It's all Mr. Green's fault. He should have to go through it again.
Now I know why he planted all that hay he had to take in tonight.
So what, the motion just dies?
The chair could certainly ask for additional motions, but, I mean, as it stands, it's not an approval.
Right.
it's not a denial either, is it?
It's nothing as of right now. So, I mean, the chair could certainly request, any further questions, discussion, are there any further motions? I don't know that we've done this in 40 years, but it may well be that if any of the commission members have additional information that might, move them one way or another, that perhaps, the chair could continue this to next month if there's a request for, information. If there's not, that's, kind of an oddity too.
Well, and again, we are missing one person, and we can continue it to next month, but then again, it's the crapshoot of who's gonna show up next month. If I don't show
But we know
up.
the crapshoot tonight, so.
Right.
So, as I said, I think you could ask for additional, you could ask if there's any other information, and you could certainly continue it to next month, because you're right, we will have additional persons here next month.
And/or some absent, you never know.
Or, either way would work. work potentially.
So, okay. I guess, do we continue it?
I guess. I don't know what the other option would
Well, I mean,
be.
you've taken no action
Right.
literally
Yeah.
at this point. So again, unless there's other motions or something, then yes, sir, I would just suggest you continue it to next month.
Where we would hear any new information.
Yeah, I mean, next month, honestly, everybody's come out either against it or for it. I think if there's new information presented next month, so we can not spend 2 or 3 more hours again on it, I think that would be maybe helpful.
Well, that'd be up to the chair whether you let, repetition and whatnot.
Right.
And
Was there
I-
not an attorney who was supposed to represent, or maybe somebody said
I
he
think
didn't
Harold
show up?
Falk was.
Okay. Okay.
So do you need a motion to continue it, or do we just
Yeah.
continue?
Well, I think the chair could do that. I think a motion.
I just take a motion to continue. Do I have a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Smith,
Second.
second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll continue and move on.
Can I say something?
We're already done. It's over with.
I understand, but I mean,
Thank you. Sorry.
it seems like you would want a majority on your side, a larger majority.
And that's what we don't have.
Right, appreciate that. So moving on, we've got, under ZMA 2022-46, the Joanne Warner property, zoning map amendment to change the zoning district from A1 to A5, located at 6125 Cincinnati Road, northeast intersection of Cincinnati Road and Double Culvert Road, east of I-75. This is a public hearing, so we'll open it up as a public hearing because it is a zone change. Come on, Shirley.
I think that load of firewood might come in handy now.
Yeah, really.
Damn you, Shirley.
Should've
Go
turned
ahead,
that thing off
Elise.
today. They won't use that for today.
Yeah, really. Isn't that,
Go ahead.
One of these windows used to be a fireplace.
It is a little chilly in here. Matt, would you see if the thermos? No, that's true. That's true. Maybe that's why it's so low to keep us awake. Go ahead, Elise.
Thank you. This is ZMA 2022-46, zoning map amendment from A1 agricultural to A5 rural residential. The property address 6125 Cincinnati Road. It's important to note that this is for only 5 acres of the larger whole of the property, which is 125 total acres, which will remain in part as the A1, with access off of Cincinnati Road through an existing driveway. So this is the larger parcel, the 125 some acres, and then zoomed in is the portion of the property on the north side that is the portion that is where the zone change would be occurring. It is expressed with the intent for a zone change and then a rural, single lot rural cluster development. It is on city sewer. There's a line that goes down Cincinnati Road, and at the time, owners that owned a property directly off Cincinnati Road could opt into getting city sewer service, and so this individual did, and so that existing singular residence is on city sewer. So, just important to note. This is just kind of the zoning surrounding, so it's just south of the Porter Road and Sadieville Road intersection, north of that Double Culvert Road. This is the concept plan. It is included in there. At a later point, likely in the December meeting, but it just depends on timing and otherwise, there will be a final subdivision plat to subdivide the cluster from the zone change, but it is more appropriate to get that zone change, and then if approved, endorsed or recommended for approval by the planning commission board and then adopted by the fiscal court, then it would have the subdivision that would go through. When we review zone change standards, we refer to KRS 100.213, which are findings required for a proposed map amendment, which is, and I will quote it, before any map amendment is granted, the planning commission must find that the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or in the absence of such a finding, that one or more of the following apply, and such finding shall be recorded in the minutes and records of the planning commission or the legislative body or fiscal court. That the existing property zoning classification is inappropriate and there's a more appropriate alternative. And the second option is that there's major changes of economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved not anticipated by the comprehensive plan and which substantially have altered the basic character of said area. In the most recently adopted comprehensive plan, the 2017 comprehensive plan, they identify rural residential or agricultural uses as allowing for less residential uses in unincorporated areas, and that it's promoted in the northern side of the county where the land is hillier and difficult to farm. This also aligns with the community form chapter, wherein properties outside of the urban service boundary would not have an urban scale residential or commercial development. Specifically, this relates to, or at least in this instance, it relates to dwelling density. It would retain the maximum density of the property of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. It would not alter that. It would just establish the residential and the kind of preserved areas that I will kind of return to. Staff does believe that this does satisfy the first condition of the zoning change, zoning map amendment clause, and therefore does not need to have Part A or B, which are the ones that discuss the fact that the zoning district is an inappropriate zoning district and there's an appropriate alternative, or that there's significant changes not considered that result in this being a more appropriate zone change for it. We'll kind of go through the concept plan at this point. Again, the plan that was submitted is functioning as the concept is right now, and then will be worked over to properly address some listed concerns, but just some important things to consider. The project site, when going for their final subdivision plan, will need to adhere to both the A5 and the rural cluster regulations, setback, and lot requirements. So reserving the appropriate sizes of acreage for preserve and residential portions, allowing for the 50-foot setback for primary structures, as well as the 100 feet ones for instances adjoining non-agricultural preserve or A5 cluster development lots. So a 50-foot tree preservation easement and then a 50-foot building setback from that point. This given point, the concept plan has some concerns and issues with just the narrowness and the length of that lot that staff believes will be mediated at that point and therefore still satisfy some of these requirements. But again, the circumstances of this being a single lot development or cluster development kind of makes it atypical, and therefore additional considerations can be made in order to best allow this to be integrated and not cause non-buildable lots and other issues to arise from the development. And then just a quick comment, there's a landscape requirement. I did mention it in the setback component. There must be landscaping between a cluster and non-cluster development on the shared property line, wherein a 50-foot tree preservation easement is required specifically along the side and rear property lines for this property. And it shall have a double row of trees spaced 40 feet apart and require street trees placed 30 feet apart from Cincinnati Road. So that can be discussed at a later point, but that will be addressed at some point if this is adopted and if the final subdivision plan is heard at one of these meetings. Again, there are some difficulties, but staff believes that it is reasonable that accommodations can be made that would allow for this to meet regulations and form as a functional cluster lot. So these are my findings, that they meet the findings requirements outlined in KRS 100.213, and that when submitted, it must satisfy the regulations for the A5 zoning district and rural cluster development regulations if adopted in a final subdivision plat as pursued. Staff does recommend approval of the application with the singular condition of approval that it applies and conforms to all applicable regulations of the zoning ordinance and subdivision and development regulations, within which is A5 regulations and rural cluster development regulations. That's all I got.
Any questions for Elise? Thank you. Appreciate everyone's patience. Does the applicant want to speak?
representing my mother who owns the property at this location. And I guess my first question is if anyone has questions for me. There was a letter I actually presented to planning and zoning in the beginning. I'm not sure if everyone received the letter, but it kind of further explained our intentions for the farm and what we are doing. And were any of you given the letter or?
I'm assuming probably it's similar to what you shared with us Monday.
Okay, yes,
workshop,
yes.
Which was helpful to me in terms
Yes.
of understanding the big picture of it.
So basically, that's where we're stemming from. Like I said, we've owned the property since 2006. Started off as a 100-acre farm. Our intentions were definitely not to subdivide. We actually, in January, added 110 acres to our property that we own. And we did have to go ahead and release 40 acres to kind of make it more affordable, but we have sustained actually 165 acres. The 125 acres comes into plan with the map. And the only reason we are doing this is for when my mom moves in with me, that we don't have to give up more land with the property because it's currently linked to the 125 acres than what we are. The reason for the setbacks that we will discuss later, as you saw on the plat, is Little Eagle Creek actually runs behind my mom's property. And so we're looking to preserve the creek and the stream and keep a reasonable distance between the home and the setback and everything.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
You don't have a problem with the tree planting?
I don't. We currently have some landscaping in front of my mom's home. There are some things we were going to have to address. One, the sewer line and Kentucky American Water both run along 25. We have spoke to Kentucky American Water, and I believe that's something we're going to have to address with them. I'm not sure how they feel about the trees being planted right along that fence line where we've had a water main break in the past. As far as anywhere else, the north, here, up towards the north, actually already has existing trees along the fence line. And if that's a requirement that we need to go ahead and furthermore landscape the back of the farm, we can. I know considering it's cattle pasture, we'll have to take that in consideration on types of trees that we put in, stuff like that for safety, but I don't have a problem with whatever the requirements are.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on behalf or against this application? All right, with that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
I make the motion that we approve ZMA -2022-46 with the recommendations of the staff and findings of the staff.
Got a motion by Mr. Mifflin,
I'll second it.
second by Mrs. Singer. She beat you.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right, we'll take a roll call. Mr. Shirley?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Mifflin? Mrs. Singer? And the chair votes yes. Motion's approved. You come up to Mr. Perkins and you can sign the paperwork with him. Thank you. Next on the agenda is PDP 2022-48 Scooters Coffee. Preliminary development plan to construct a 664 square foot drive-through only coffee kiosk shop located at 112 Edwards Avenue.
At least you've done all that. You've got to get these guys moving.
Got the short straw. It's fine. Not at all holding it against them.
Yeah.
It's fine. So this is PDP 2022-48. As Mark cited, it's a preliminary development plan to construct a 660 square foot drive-through only kiosk shop for coffee. I'd like to clarify that the applicant does identify it as a kiosk, but understanding the culture and the language of the area, we determined that after consulting with them that calling it a kiosk/shop allowed to better illustrate that it is a permanent structure. again, just understanding it was just a mutual agreement amongst the staff recommendation and otherwise to address that just minor language difference. Located at the property address 112 Edwards Avenue, Zone B2 Highway Commercial, surrounded by B2 Highway Commercial. It's about a 4/10 of an acre lot with direct access off of Edwards Avenue, but it is at the intersection of Paris Pike and Edwards Avenue. There are 8 variances requested with this one. And I kind of outlined them here. So I kind of broke them up into pockets so that's a little bit more tangible. There's 1 variance requested for the building construction for the front yard setback off of Edwards on the south lot side property line, which is the property line that's adjoining Paris Pike. There are 3 related to vehicle perimeter landscaping and property perimeter landscaping on the north property line, which is in the rear of it. Requests on property perimeter landscaping, on the west, vehicle perimeter landscaping, and then on the east, 2 instances of vehicle perimeter landscaping requests. And we'll go into those later, but just something to make it a little bit more tangible. This is an aerial shot of the property, so north is obviously following Cherry Blossom Way. The Wendy's shop is directly to the west. The Auto Zone and the Winter Circle Motel is to the east. And then there's some offices in the rear, and then if you continue up north, you're getting towards the outlet centers, some car offices and otherwise. And then to the south is Elkhorn Meadow Drive, which leads to Finley Drive with some of its small commercial development, and the community that's kind of back there in the Elkhorn Meadows Drive area. So it is kind of at a critical junction with the Paris Pike and then the McClellan Circle, Cherry Blossom Way intersections, as well as it has kind of a confluence of mixes. There's also the on-ramp for I-75 South and, again, other confluence of uses in that area. So it is a highly visible site. This is a rendering submitted by the property owner, just depicting what it'll look like. As you can see, it's just drive-through service, only it's a very small kind of building unit. And they recently installed some others around Kentucky, and they've obviously are looking for this type of development here. This is the zoning map. I didn't realize they got out of order. This is the development plan as proposed. I'll kind of get into individual pieces and parts. You can see that it's a relatively narrow lot at 64 to 65 feet in width by about 230 to 250 width, kind of depending upon some measurements. So it is very long and very narrow. So you can see that building envelope is pushed up to the front, and then with that kind of loop around it for the drive-through access, some parking for staff, and then some tree plantings and other things kind of interspersed within the property to work on some things like that. So I've kind of labeled everything with colors on this part, so I did use some specific terms in the staff report to best illustrate like what I'm talking to, and when I'm referencing the items, I just kind of wanted to illustrate with color, you're welcome, what the context and other things are. This is the first kind of variance request. This is the building envelope, so with it being a narrow lot, it is likely that we're going to require some type of variance, and given that it's double frontage with non-accessing Paris Pike but accessing Edwards, it technically has 2 front yard setbacks, a side and a rear. While the B2 rear and side are 0 feet from the property line, the front yard setback is 50 feet. So they can satisfy the 50 feet from the south property line to the nearest canopy. However, given the narrowness of the lot and the interest to have that drive-through traffic, they're unable to satisfy the requirements for that double frontage front yard setback off of Edwards Avenue. They've listed in the information that they're requesting 20.09 feet from the east property line to the building. However, that fails to consider any construction of a canopy, which we do consider to be coverage, and therefore, with that 4-foot canopy sticking out for order fulfillment, it will actually be 16.09 feet from the east property line to that canopy site. Staff does support this request, again citing that really narrow lot. You're going to hear a lot about the narrowness and the circumstances of it, so we're getting a little taste to get started. So this is the kind of flow through the site. So that yellow line is that 13 to 14 foot wide drive-through only lane. For a portion of it, there's a painted kind of marked area to allow for any type of mobility, and if it's not a full line, then kind of offers a little bit more to it. And that yellow line from about that entrance location where it is painted, the drive-through only line, and where the location of the order kiosk is about 13 to 15 car lengths. So it allows for an appropriate amount of stacking without backing up onto Edwards Avenue. I suppose in some high-traffic situations that may get really close, but given the circumstances in that length and the drive-through only service, I'd imagine that their service is relatively quick, at least how I've understood conversations with the applicants, a relatively quick service, so it would be able to kind of move people through the site pretty easily. From there, once you order, you kind of follow that blue line all the way around the front before crossing over that pedestrian access for the road, for the employee parking area, and then exiting out of the site, making your right or left. And then from that entrance location to the intersection with Paris Pike, it's about 250 feet in length, and so that'll allow for some stacking without interrupting that. This is the furthest back. We worked a lot with the applicant to ensure that this would be the furthest back to allow the most vehicle stacking, since especially around rush hour, that intersection gets backed up, and if there's an incident on the roads or poor weather conditions, 460 will get backed up pretty quickly. And so this allows for individuals who are turning in and out, either customers or workers in that area, to be able to stack appropriately without having to deal with any complications or conflicts with that drive-through area. So this is where we start getting into a lot of where these variances are coming from. I also color-coded this because I needed to have some type of order in this. So there's 6 areas of where we would require some type of property perimeter or vehicle perimeter landscaping. The area in the frontmost and the rearmost are property perimeter landscaping, and then the areas kind of within, around the drive-through and parking areas are vehicle perimeter landscaping requirements. We'll kind of get rolling with that. So the areas up front, I'm just going to group them by their cardinal direction. So it is a property perimeter landscaping and then that VUA perimeter landscaping. Current regulations would require both of those to be in there, and the applicant has requested a complete waiver of the VUA perimeter landscaping. There's a lot of grading and stormwater management, as well as there's a lot of overhead and underground utility lines that having a lot of plantings on top of will not be the best for those instances. And given the key nature of the site and there's a lot of commercial activity, it's likely that they will, if something happens, like they'll need to be torn up anyway. So staff does support the request to waive that VUA perimeter landscaping in its entirety. The applicant also requests for that property perimeter landscaping to be waived in part. So they are interested in waiving the 6-foot-tall hedge requirement. And given the overhead utility lines and the overhead utility providers' request for small trees or small group C trees, they are also requesting a waiver for the tree typology from an A or B tree, which are large and medium trees respectively, to a type C tree, which is considered a small tree. So that would have about our calculations for tree canopy put at about 100 square feet of tree canopy per individual tree, and they're proposing 4 at this time. So it exceeds the required, or the minimum trees per linear foot, but also it's also a smaller tree situation. So staff believes it appropriate to approve that waiver request as stated. So again, pulling that 6-foot-tall buffer requirement and then the tree typology from an A or B to a C type tree. So these are kind of 3 kind of buffer areas for kind of transit or active moving vehicles. We'll start kind of in the blue portion. That north buffer area is a property perimeter landscaping measuring 2.6 feet. Our minimum buffer area is typically 3 feet and goes up to 5 depending upon the circumstances and where the vehicles are overhanging or otherwise. They've requested a variance or a waiver to the tree planting requirements, citing that narrowness of that portion. Staff is inclined to support that because, again, we don't want to put trees into a compromising situation where you're either fighting for resources and they're dying, and they also will satisfy the kind of screening requirements and kind of noise and light pollution that'll be pushing up to that site as well. For the area identified in yellow, for the area identifying in yellow, the applicant has requested a complete waiver of any VUA perimeter or buffer installation, so no 3-foot-tall buffer nor tree plantings in that area. Staff is inclined to support the request for the tree plantings, but believes that it would be appropriate to have some type of plank construction or some type of fencing construction still installed to then denote the end of the property, and I'll kind of go out to some pictures. So you can see the kind of grade change. It starts kind of at 866, and as you kind of go down that area, the grade changes from about 866 to about 856. So that's about a 10-foot grade change. I had very difficulties kind of illustrating it with a photo, but you can kind of see that narrowness in the center photo, and then kind of looking towards Paris Pike, that narrowness there. So due to that grade change and just the nature of having early morning occupants, staff believes that it's appropriate to not waive the buffer requirement, allow for maybe like a plank fence similar to that new one that's installed, or some type of installation that would denote the end of the property line, so individuals aren't jumping curbs or making haphazard decisions. They're very able to see something at eye level when seeing in a vehicle and understand that that's the end. You can't keep going, because then you'll just hop the curb, go into the Wendy's. I understand circumstances with that Waffle House. Things are out of the control there. Sometimes cars start on their own, but I don't understand that one. But I think that this will offer at least a little bit of protection against each other. So that's that one there. Along the east side of joining the it would be the drive-through fulfillment lane. It's about 2.6 feet in width, and they've requested a waiver to the entirety of the UA buffering. Staff supports the request for the tree buffer, but does not support the request for the planting buffer or 3-foot tall buffer, because they were able to demonstrate in the north property line of a similar width that they could fit a planting in that area or a fence line in that area. And staff believed it inappropriate to have them have one area of the same width, have some plantings while the other one is just waived. So staff believe that it would be appropriate, especially in that morning traffic and vehicles making that turnaround. It will prevent some light pollution and noise pollution onto individuals traveling into town, traveling west towards us. So staff will support the tree variances, but not the buffer in that instance, and recommends that. This is our last buffer, I saw. So, Charlie, I wrote this up and I just sat like this the whole time. This is the parking overhang buffer area. It's typically a 5-foot wide buffer. They're showing a 4.5-foot wide buffer. They've requested a tree planting waiver, citing the narrowness of the lot and just the narrowness of the lot. Staff does support this. I believe that it'll satisfy the noise pollution, sound pollution, light pollution situation, but also still have kind of that strip and inconsistency. The last thing is the interior landscape. So the areas identified in green are interior landscaped areas that are credited. The area that's in yellow by the dumpster is the tree is counted as an interior landscape tree, but the area is not counted as an interior landscaped area. So in the final development plan, it'll need to be adjusted to include that area, as well as we will need to see some dumpster screening in that site. The last things are just photometric plans and stormwater management plans. We will need those as part of the final development plan. We can kind of go work with Ben on that one. So, in summary, these are the variances and waivers. Every waiver that's been requested has been staff endorses. However, the east property line along that drive-through fulfillment, staff supports only the waiver to the tree planting and not the buffer. And then that is the same applicable one to the west side to the tree planting, but not a buffer, to allow for some denotion of the end of the property line, so individuals, again, aren't hopping a curb and going off. These are my conditions of approval. There are standard ones. I'm trying to think if there's really anything unique to note, but circumstances are those of typical format.
Any questions for Elise? Okay, we'll have the applicant come up.
I'm Brad Pining at 137 Waxwing Lane in Nicholasville, Kentucky. And so basically, the variances that we're requesting are really associated with the size and the geometry of that very narrow lot. And I know there's been a request to kind of deny the 2 variances on the east and west side of the lot. Main concern, I think we're okay with that fence portion going along the west side of the lot. On the east side of the lot, where there's a lot of traffic flow there, because you'll have cars trying to get into that right turn lane to make a right turn onto Paris Pike. If we would be okay with maybe that similar type of like rail fencing along there instead of plantings, in case those plantings start to grow out over the years and start to get in the way of traffic flow coming down on that right-hand lane. We could say, let's do maybe like some fencing that would be very similar to what we would do on the west side, so that would be matching, but not necessarily plants, so that we wouldn't have to try to manage those plants from getting into the lane of traffic in the right turn lane.
Any questions?
Any
for the
questions
applicant?
from you?
The only question I think I had, and I talked about this Monday, is what is the potential of, because I really don't want to see a 6-foot privacy fence between Scooter's Coffee and Wendy's.
Sure.
What's the ability, or can we narrow that island a little bit? So maybe, I guess, bring that 5-foot walkway for the employee, from the employee parking to the building, either closer to the building, which would then make that lane, the enter lane, move that a little east, and then create that 3-foot buffer to put bushes along. I would prefer bushes between you and Wendy's than a 6-foot privacy fence. To me, that's just ugly.
Sure. Yeah, it would not be a 6-foot. We'd want to keep something low enough, because, another
Did you say
concern
3?
is.
3 feet.
3 foot tall. The other concern is, somebody comes down the drive-through lane, just making sure that nobody, no kid sticks their hand out and hits it on the fence while they're trying to drive down the lane. But yeah, we did do a little bit of adjusting to the plan to give us a little bit more space, but I think you're still only at 20 inches. Even with the adjustment to move it over to the maximum amount and still get the appropriate radius so that we can turn a vehicle in that U-turn and make the exit again, we get about 20 inches. And that 20 inches, I think, is still going to be tight, and I'm concerned that Wendy's may say, hey, you're overhanging onto my property, so now I'm going to start cutting things that are overhanging into my property line. We have made a formal request to the Wendy's ownership group to see if they would allow us to make some plantings, and maybe if it was on their property, that we would still maintain it all, but if we could put some bushes and not, could we get a neighborly okay to say, hey, let's plant some bushes.
Maybe
and
you
we'll
use
maintain
their property, but you pay for the bushes.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
100%.
that'd be
Yeah,
nice.
I'd plant them and we'd maintain them through our landscaping maintenance program, but we'll see, we're gonna see if Wendy's can come back with a, okay to do that.
That's really the only waiver I have an issue with, is it's number 6, which is the west property line.
Okay.
I'd almost rather strike 6 and ask to maybe formally get some kind of a agreement with Wendy's on, maybe on their property, but you pay for the bushes or
Yeah.
something.
And we had originally made a request to try to buy a little bit of additional strip there from Wendy's, and I know they
Well,
wouldn't
I was
entertain
even
that.
looking at the very pretty picture you had up there. I'm gonna make her do some jogging here again. No, maybe not. It doesn't meet the plat. What that picture did not denote exactly what you were, it was very pretty, but there was, when she.
The
Yeah, it
scooters?
looked very pretty, but it didn't match this diagram. There you go.
The
So,
scooter.
because look how the cars are pulled up on that side.
Yeah.
Well, they're not gonna be that close to that side of the building.
Yeah.
The drive-through's on the other side.
Because of the layout of this particular lot where we have to, because
Right.
we need to make sure that we enter and exit the vehicles as far away from
Right.
Paris Pike as possible. We've done a flip reverse design on this particular site
Yeah,
in
'cause I was
Georgetown.
gonna say, this one doesn't match this
'Cause it
diagram
is-
at all.
It's very typical that you come out, my store in Winchester does just that. It
Gotcha.
comes out appropriately, but this we had to do a
Okay.
flip reverse of the layout so that we could get the cars to come around and then exit on the other side of the building.
Because I looked at that picture, Mary, and I thought, well, A, the cars, based on their diagram, can't get closer than 10 foot on that side of the building. And then I looked at the flowers, which look pretty, and there's no flowers or bushes that's being put in this because you're right to the property line. So I thought, well, that isn't even a true diagram. It does look pretty.
Yeah, I thought, just range a lot.
Yeah, it sure does look pretty, that's all I had to say.
There are 4 different layouts where they can flip them and turn them different ways for different configurations.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant or the engineer if he's here? He's here, yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, with that being said, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, yes, thanks. Is there anybody here who wants to speak on behalf of this application, against the application? Thank you, Mr. Shirley. All right, with that being said, I'll entertain. Thanks. Oh, I appreciate you keeping me in line.
I'll make a motion that we approve, our PDP 2022-48, but the appropriate, with all of the conditions of approval.
I got a He said with all the conditions.
Oh, okay.
Are we gonna strike 6 and maybe add that where you can work, they can work with the adjoining property owner to come to some type of, again, I think about a
But
3.
what if Wendy's says no?
That's
Then we're
true.
Back to.
My fear is you put a 3-foot fence up, let's say wood, whatever. It's a 3-foot fence. You got kids jumping over a 3-foot fence all day long.
Hey, but it
I
keeps
might
the,
suggest, though, if you make part of the motion subject to the staff report, but if in fact something along the lines of your suggestion can be worked out with Wendy's, then staff can approve that switch.
yeah.
Yeah, because this is a preliminary, that's true. Thank you, Charlie. So I've got a motion by Mr. Smith,
Second.
second by Mrs. Singer. Again, I'll do a roll call. Mr. Shirley,
Yes.
Mr. Mifflin,
Yes.
Mr. Vest,
Yes.
Mr. Stone,
Yes.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Singer,
Yes.
and chair votes yes, motion carries. You can come up here and sign the documents with our attorney. Thank you. Next on the agenda is PSP 2022-49, US 62 Partners. Preliminary subdivision plat to consolidate 4 lots, then subdivide the combined area into 9 lots located northwest corner of Lexington Road, US 25 and McClellan Circle. Matt?
Thank you. The area in question has a B2 zoning, that's our highway commercial zoning district. All of the properties surrounding it are of a similar zoning, and the total size of the area is about 10.4 acres. Access to the site currently can come from, or proposed, would come from Lexington Road, US 25, Lusby Path, which is a private street, and American Path, which is also a private street. There's 4 variances that are requested as part of the application to reduce the setbacks along some of the private streets. This is a map showing the zoning of the property in the surrounding area. You can see Lexington Road and McClellan Circle, and then the project site is outlined in blue. This is from the preliminary development plan that you all approved earlier this year. It shows sort of the phase 1 that had been approved several years ago, and then phase 2, which is the part that was most recently approved, and just kind of shows generally the layout of the buildings, some of the private street connections that they were proposing making. And I just wanted to include that because it is a factor here as we discuss this preliminary plat application. This is a copy of the plat that's being reviewed this evening. As you can see, it is proposing a resulting, or would result in 9 lots being created. There are 4 lots, and I know we talked about this at workshop, so I will kind of show it. There's 4 lots there currently. There's this little triangle piece here at the corner. There's this larger lot. There's this rectangular lot, and then there's the lot to the north. So there are 4 lots there currently. So they're going to consolidate those all into a single lot with this plat, and then they would re-subdivide it out into 9 lots. So the let me just go in the order that I have it in the staff report. So as part of this plan, they would extend American Path where it exists. If you remember, if you come onto Lusby Path from the bypass, there's that private street that's immediately on your right. They would extend that private street to come all the way out to the east to meet up with Lexington Road and have an intersection there. And then they would create a new private street that would connect Lusby Path on the north side near the top of the plat that you see here, and it would come south and connect to that extended out American Path. So it would create sort of a network of private streets within the development that would provide access to the 9 lots that they're proposing. That would have good connectivity, both sort of internally, but also a lot of connections to existing streets to kind of spread out any of the traffic impact that might be seen by the nearby transportation network. So I mentioned that just because one of the downsides of creating a nice transportation network like that is that you create a lot of multiple frontage lots, and that's what happens here with this, and that's why they have the variances that are requested as part of this application is, all those road frontages, private or public, become front yards, and in the B2 zoning district, those front yards have 50-foot setbacks, which makes it very difficult for you to develop. The development plan that we reviewed several months ago went and apply those setbacks without having variances approved as part of it. Let me advance one more slide. So when I talk about the variances, I did want to kind of show you where they each were. So if we look at the red line that's there, that's the variance where they're requesting reducing that to from 50 feet to 5 feet. And that does sound like a lot, but when we refer back to the development plan that we reviewed, you can see fairly clearly that that's really just a 5-foot variance because the very corner of this building extends out towards the street. Okay, it's not as though the entire building frontage is going to be 5 feet from that private street. It's really just sort of a small corner of the building. The second variance that they're requesting is that orange line near the top along Lusby Path. That lot has a triple frontage, so they're requesting reducing that 50-foot setback along Lusby Path to 25 feet. That's still a fairly reasonable setback. The building will feel a little bit closer to the street than, if you were driving down Lexington Road and having that same level of comfort. But at the same time, Lusby Path is a different type of street, so it's sometimes okay for different street types to have a different comfort level in how close the buildings are to the road. The yellow line that's shown along the proposed private street is where the applicant is requesting the setback be reduced to 15 feet. Once again, I find that to be a reasonable request. These lots are dealing with, in some cases for lots 2 and 4 to be triple frontage lots. If we took 50 feet from every single side, they would probably be unbuildable. So I don't think it would be appropriate for us to sort of punish them for having created a good transportation network in the process of sort of redeveloping the site. Then the last variance that's requested is for what's shown as the green line on lots 4, 6, 7, and 8 to reduce it to 25 feet. And I support that variance as well. For the same reasons we listed before. I think it is appropriate to grant some relief for these multiple frontage lots in order to encourage the redevelopment and to encourage good transportation network to sort of spread out the traffic impacts that the site might have. As far as other considerations, the applicant is not requesting, I think it's important to note, they're not requesting any setback variances from US 25 Lexington Road or McClellan Circle. Those corridors will still have the same look and character as they do today. They'll just have new development on the sites. See if I think I have one other slide before I get to my recommendation. I just wanted to once again just sort of highlight, it is good that we have multiple connections to from our developments to other areas. I know sometimes people worry about cut-through traffic or things like that, but when we create a good, strong transportation network with a lot of connections, then no one street has to bear the burden of traffic or development And just wanted to point out, with this development, they would connect in 3 different locations to existing road networks and sort of spread that traffic impact out. So I am recommending approval of the application for the preliminary subdivision plat with the 6 conditions that are listed in the staff report and the 4 variances that are listed as well.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Matt?
When we heard this the last time, there was discussion about moving American Path back away from McClellan Circle. Is that shown on here?
I don't think that's shown on here. That's still a condition that's in place, and that's it's a condition that's placed on their development plan that we would apply as they start to bring construction plans for any of these private streets.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions for Matt? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Bring the applicant up.
Hello, my name's Chris Mischel with Palmer Engineering, 301 East Main Street, Lexington. Matt did a great job explaining our request, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Mischel? If I pronounce that right? No. Sounds good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience want to speak on behalf or against this application or have questions? All right, well, then I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve PSP 2022-49 based on staff recommendation.
We've got a motion by Mr. Garrett,
Second.
second by Mr. Mifflin. And we'll do, again, a roll call. Mr. Vest?
Yeah.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Shirley?
Yes.
Mr. Mifflin?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Passes. You can go ahead and sign paperwork with Mr. Perkins. Thank you. Next on the agenda is PDP-2022. Before we jump into this one, does anybody need a break, or you want me to keep going?
Keep going.
Keep going? What?
I took a bite.
Okay, thank you. PDP 2022-51, Abbey at Old Oxford Townhomes, preliminary development plan for 115 townhomes located on parcel 208-10-008.001.
Thank you. Yeah, as you mentioned, this is an application for a preliminary development plan for 115 townhomes. The current zoning of the property is R1C PUD. It's a planned unit development. The surrounding properties are zoned either A1 or R1C. And the site is about 16 acres in size. Access to the site comes from Herndon Boulevard, and there are no variances requested with this application. This is the zoning of the property, zoning map showing the property, I should say. You can see the property is outlined here in blue. Herndon Boulevard runs roughly along the south side of the property and provides the access to the site. Old Oxford Road runs along the east side of the property. And it is part of the Abbey at Old Oxford neighborhood. It was approved as part of that back in the early 2000s. I did want to share, I guess, a little bit of the background of the site. So this is from the preliminary subdivision plat that the Planning Commission approved back in 2008 for the site. So I know there's a lot going on here. Just for a point of reference, Old Oxford Road is to the top of the screen. And then the areas I've outlined in red are where this preliminary plan from 2008 had the multifamily area previously. And I did go back and look at it because I know we talked about it at workshop. Back in 2008, there were 304 single-family homes approved for this neighborhood, and 294 units of multifamily. So some of those you can see from the plan were apartments, some were duplexes, triplexes, things of that nature. There's a variety of multifamily units approved for this site, sort of in the middle of the neighborhood. The development changed hands, and this is the site plan that you all approved back in 2016, or that was approved in 2016. And I highlighted the area that we're going to discuss more tonight here in blue, but I did think it was important just to kind of point out that we approved the layout for this development back in 2016. We saw that there were going to be a mixture of single-family homes and that they wanted to sort of reorganize the project to bring the townhomes out to the front. They increased the number of single-family homes that they were wanting to build, so they were approved for 304 in 2008, and they changed that to 349 in 2016. And they decreased their multifamily units from 294 to 116. So overall, they had a decrease from 2008 to 2016 of 133 units. So this has been the approved layout since 2016. You know, the applicant is basically sticking with the same layout. I just wanted to give us the background because I'm not going to discuss, as you all see in my staff report, I'm not going to discuss, you know, traffic or the appropriateness of townhomes in this area because, to me, the issue was settled in 2016 when we approved the layout for the overall neighborhood, which is what we do when we have planned unit developments. We look at the whole neighborhood at a time. We don't just necessarily tinker with pieces here and there. So when I look at the site, this is from their 2016 approval. I just kind of zoomed in and rotated so that it'll be oriented the same way as the site plan that we're going to see on the next slide. This is the layout that they showed us in 2016. You'll notice when we get to the next slide that it is very, very similar. They have the same access point from Herndon Boulevard. They've got a loop, roughly, a private street that provides access to the townhomes. There's a couple of spurs that come off of it to you know, make some additional areas buildable and accessible, but they showed some surface parking to serve those lots. And as part of the discussions there in 2016, they agreed to construct a large berm, sort of, and you can see it here on the plan, but they agreed to construct a large berm along this boundary and along the entire boundary with Old Oxford Road. This is the plan that we're reviewing today. As you can see, the layout looks very, very, very similar. So the main changes that they've made with this plan that we're going to, I guess, talk about today is they went from being approved for 116 townhomes, and they've reduced that. They're seeking approval for 115. And they've taken some of that surface parking area that they were showing before that would have given it sort of certain areas sort of a parking lot style, and they've turned those into driveways, and the units will have garages now. I think that's an improvement to the overall design and character of the site. The berm that they agreed to provide at that 2016 hearing is still there. It's still the same berm. I included a zoomed-in version here. It's still proposed to be 50 feet wide. It's still proposed to be 7 feet tall and have trees planted on it. I've shown here in green lines along the north and a portion of the western boundary where they would be required to have a landscaping buffer to screen the multifamily property from the adjoining single-family uses or properties that are zoned for single-family use. And they've indicated on the plan that there will be a 6-foot privacy fence and a tree planted every 40 feet spaced along that boundary, which is in accordance with our landscape buffers requirements. We talked about this at workshop some, about the access to the site. So our subdivision and development regulations do call for multifamily unit developments that have 100 or more units to have 2 intersections. And currently their plan shows the 1 intersection on Herndon Boulevard. So we talked about them possibly creating a stub or a stub for the future out toward the Mintwood property to the north. And I think that would satisfy that requirement for a second entrance. I don't think it would be appropriate for a second entrance on Herndon Boulevard, and I don't think it would be appropriate for a second entrance on Old Oxford Road either. Overall, the applicant will have to meet our canopy requirements. and they will have to protect the wetland area that they've identified on the plan, and provide adequate stormwater drainage and meet all of our requirements regarding those features. I do, let's go to the next slide. I'll circle back to that here in just one second. I do recommend approval of the application with the 8 conditions that are listed in the staff report. The eighth condition being that condition related to the road stub connection to the Mintwood development, and that's sort of why I included this. This is the preliminary plan that was approved for the Mintwood development, the development just to the north of this site. And so I did want to point out that this is just a rough approximation, but the connection that I indicated on the previous drawing would roughly connect to Mintwood in that location. So it would require, if that property to the north did develop, there would have to be some sort of rearrangement to the preliminary layout, or from what was the preliminary layout that was previously approved to make that connection in the future. But as I mentioned, I do recommend approval of the application. The development plan meets all of the requirements of the zoning ordinance.
Thank you, Matt. Questions for Matt? Thank you, Matt. The applicant like to speak.
Good evening. Nick Nicholson here on behalf of the applicant, Ball Homes. Rory Cayley is here with me as well. He promises his phone was on Do Not Disturb when it has gone off twice. I do very much apologize for that. We are in complete agreement with the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations. That's why we were eligible for the consent agenda. As far as the 8 conditions of approval, we don't have any issues with that whatsoever. Truly, the only purpose of this plan was to improve the quality of the townhome that we were presenting. We kind of changed the layout to increase the size of each of the units and add garages to them to basically eliminate the surface parking that was kind of on the T that you all saw. And so we think that this is just a clear win for an already approved plan, that we're making the units better, we're decreasing surface parking by 60 spaces, and that it's pretty much a no-brainer, and it's already been a long night, and so I will spare you a full presentation. I have a feeling that we're going to hear a lot about relitigating the issues that were kind of decided in 2016 and then in 2018 when the plan was amended for 4. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have, and I'm happy to answer any concerns that the neighbors have.
As I say, take some notes, because I'll let you answer their questions after they ask them. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Now we'll open it up to the public, because I know there's quite a few people that want to speak. Okay.
Okay, good evening. My name is Erica Gilbert, and I am a resident of the Abbey at Old Oxford. One thing I will say is that I've seen, and we heard already, that this was changed from apartment complexes to townhomes, so I'm gonna have some faith that we might be able to change it again, maybe to single family, but we'll go from there. So anyway, I stand before you tonight with the hope that viable solutions can be achieved to benefit the residents of Old Abbey, or the Abbey at Old Oxford and the surrounding residential developments, the city of Georgetown, and Ball Homes. Specifically, I'm speaking on behalf of the residents for the Abbey at Old Oxford and the impact that this 115 townhome development would have on our community. We fully understand that Ball Homes' original plan was to develop an apartment complex in the northeast corner of the Abbey at Old Oxford subdivision, and that since 2016, the plan has been altered to develop 115 townhomes instead. It's no secret that the expansion of Georgetown and Scott County's population has created a need for more housing development. And this has already been demonstrated by the massive developments that are being expanded already on Old Oxford Road. It does work from here. Okay, I know she's having issues with that. I thought, uh-oh. While While expansion is all but inevitable, the way in which the city allows such expansions must take into account all facets of the developments, not simply monetary gain. The current state of Old Oxford Road requires more than the Band-Aid fixes we have seen over the last 3 years. The current lack of care for the road demonstrates the city's unwillingness to participate in the transportation safety of the residents residing in the neighborhoods along Old Oxford Road. KSP recorded 40 accidents on Old Oxford Road since 2019 and have gone so far as to indicate that there are far more accidents on Old Oxford Road than there are on any other comparable road in Scott County. The current state of the road is not demonstrative of any road capable of accommodating the traffic it already experiences, let alone the expanses already underway, the additional Cherry Blossom entrance, which is in the process, and now the through traffic between Pleasant Valley and the Abbey at Old Oxford. The addition of another 115 townhomes holds the potential to add 230 plus more vehicles on our roads daily. I know that one of the notes that one of the points that he made was that this had already been approved in 2016, and I understand that. But both in 2016, and there's no record that I can find of it, of another traffic study that was completed. The most recent traffic study that was completed was in 2012, which is obviously now 12 years old, or 10 years old, about ready to be 11 years old. In the last traffic study, Scott County determined that Old Oxford Road was considered a high priority project. We cannot assume that each home in the townhomes is going to be a single vehicle residence, but rather we must assume that the greatest impact, whatever the greatest impact would be in order to accommodate such an increase in traffic. And like I said, the city has already determined that it's a high priority area. This is the excerpt from the comprehensive plan from 2016. It referenced the traffic study that was completed in 2012. Like I said, however, since the last time the traffic study was done, the second phase of the Abbey at Old Oxford was developed. The third phase is already underway. In addition to the new development of 119 lots in the lanes, I don't actually think the sign says lanes run the new development for ball homes, but the next phase of Rocky Creek also is a massive expansion. This does not include the already approved 142 multifamily units slated for development at 1202 Oxford Road, thus rendering the traffic study out of date. I understand that he said that traffic has already been hashed out, but arguably 10 years ago, that's a little bit different. This, and I apologize, you can't really, you might be able to read it from there. I cannot. It says, Old Oxford Road, there are several growing residential areas currently being served by Old Oxford Road, with others planned to connect in the future. This road has issues with the volume of traffic, maintenance, and speeding. This residential corridor could benefit from improvements to Old Oxford Road, including both road widening and pedestrian improvements. So this was from 2016, referencing back to that traffic study done in 2012. This also says previous studies. The Northeast Georgetown traffic study completed in 2012 called for the widening improvement of Old Oxford Road. I don't know if any of you have driven down Old Oxford Road lately, but I assure you, it has not been widened and it has not been improved. The Abbey at Old Oxford currently is slated for 115 platted lots with more approved future development. The Village at Lane Run also has 119. Cherry Blossom has 18 lots, and then, like I said already, the 142 lots, or 142 units, multifamily units for 1202 Old Oxford Road. All of these developments will directly connect to Old Oxford Road. In addition to the transportation concerns, there is also the matter of Eastern Elementary School's capacity to endure increased numbers, as the school is unable to receive any physical expansion due to the lagoon septic system it currently utilizes. Based on the current plan for expansion of Scott County, a new elementary school is years away from being considered. When they were searching for more land, The board unanimously rejected land that was back to Old Oxford due to the concerns with traffic with the school buses. With school buses meeting traffic traveling the opposite direction. I have actually witnessed this in our own vehicle. The road is not wide enough for two vehicles to pass, let alone a bus. And with having the added possibility of more children within the 115 townhomes, but also with already all of the development that has already taken place, we're putting a huge stressor on the infrastructure of the road and also the school. This is a layout of the Eastern Elementary attendance zone. So you can see that all of the developments that are slated to happen are districted for Eastern Elementary School. The addition of all of the approved development will increase traffic to and from the school with the addition of the townhomes at the Abbey at Old Oxford. Adding an additional 50+ students will greatly increase traffic concerns and the school's ability to meet the physical building needs for student instruction. Also, green space. I had no idea that tree planting was such a huge part of this. I've learned so much. So green space concerns. Ball Homes is routinely lets the green space in the neighborhood grow out of control. They have been the subject of several code enforcement violations, at least in the last, or since the second phase of Abbey at Old Oxford has been in place. The townhome development is slated for the northeast corner of the neighborhood, directly impacting the abundant wildlife in the area of the pond and that green space. My question for Ball Homes is how will they manage to improve the green space preservation and maintain this moving forward? So, in conclusion, I understand that we have to come to some sort of hopeful compromise, right? The residents at the Abbey at Old Oxford request that a new updated traffic study be completed prior to any further approvals of development on Old Oxford Road. We request that the townhome proposal be replaced with single-family homes maintaining the character of the surrounding area, which I really like that phrase that I've heard multiple times this evening, and decreasing future traffic concerns. If the committee does vote to approve Ball Homes' current proposal, the residents at the Abbey at Old Oxford request that the entrance and exit to the development, which we now know that they're going to be two, be moved from Herndon to Old Oxford post-traffic study, because the current location on Herndon Boulevard has seen an increased amount of traffic due to the opening of Pleasant Valley, the connection at the back of the neighborhood, and it will continue to add additional traffic on a residential road that already is full of driveways. I thank you for your time and consideration in this matter, and we trust that the committee will act in support of the greater good of the community surrounding Old Oxford Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak? Come on up.
My name's Alan Moore, and I am a resident of the Abbey at Old Oxford. In fact, my lot backs up directly to the corner where the townhomes are going to be built. And like Erica, I am really concerned about the wetlands area, what Ball Homes calls a green space. And it is a green space right now. There's numerous wildlife there. There are geese, blue herons, a lot of animals depend on that pond. And from looking at the plat, I can't see how anybody can say that this wetland area is going to be preserved. Because if you look at the area, it's a bowl, and it all feeds that pond. Coming from the north, I guess the northwest, and I guess that would be south, the Old Oxford Road area. That is a bowl, and you're putting townhomes right, and you're putting blacktop right in the path where all this water drains down to this pond. So there is no way that anybody can say we're protecting the wetlands of this area, because what water is going to drain down in there now is going to be dirty water. There's no way you can take blacktop and townhomes and keep that pond alive and support the wildlife that's there. That's my main concern. Yeah, I could say, yeah, I'm directly impacted, not in my backyard, because this is in my backyard. And I'm tickled to death to see that you all are really concerned about landscaping, trees, environment. This has been an eye-opener for me, because this is my first commission meeting, planning commission meeting, and I'm really tickled to death to hear how you all are really concerned about landscaping and trees. And like Charlie there, I love trees, I love wildlife, and believe me, there's nothing like hearing the geese fly over my house every night. So I would ask, and I think Matt referred to, the Corps of Engineers maybe had done a study. I don't know. I didn't read the requirement there or something. I want Ball Homes or somebody to do an environmental impact, because there is absolutely no way that you are going to protect that wetland with all that blacktop and concrete. I mean, it's going to die. And I've seen what Ball Homes does. Ball Homes promises the world. And trust me, I like my Ball home. It's a nice home. I'm tickled to death with it. I got a good deal on it, and I'm tickled to death with it. But I've seen what Ball Homes does. They promise the world, and then after they move out, then it's all up to us. And the way I understand it, my HOA fee right now is $200 a year. The bulk of that $200 is going to maintaining this green space. So now what's going to happen to my HOA fee when this green, and yeah, there's going to be a pond there, but I guarantee you that pond's going to die. So I appreciate your, listening to us, and I would hope that you would, well, issue number 2 is the traffic. It's the most dangerous road I've ever been on in my life. If you go out Oxford Road at night on a wet, rainy night, the city has done nothing to keep even yellow lines in the middle of the road. I don't know how many of you all drive it, but it's pathetic. And it's a wonder that we don't have more deaths and injuries on that road than what we have. And this is just going to make it 10 times as bad. So thank you for listening to me. I sound nervous, and I am. It's the first time I've been before you. And I really am impressed with your concern for environmental issues and stuff and landscaping. So I would hope that you would help us keep our wetland there and keep the wildlife that we have as part of our neighborhood. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Someone else like to speak?
Ernest Thomas, 215 Rhodes Lane, Georgetown, Kentucky. Phase 1 of Abbey at Old Oxford. I was here in 2016, and we keep talking about the traffic study. I can't remember which one of you said that y'all rode that road as a kid or something. I don't remember which one it was. But we were supposed to do a traffic study. In your notes, and it was supposed to go to the city, I believe, to do the traffic study.
Excuse me, I don't find your name on here.
Ernest Thomas already stated it.
Oh, well, yeah, but I'm saying, you haven't sworn in yet.
Oh, there we go.
Do you swear from the statements you're about to make to be the truth, the best of your information and belief, including the 2 statements you've already made?
I'm old, but I'll make sure.
Thank you.
So I just want to know what happened to the traffic study. Who sent it to the city? Who responded to it? And where's it at? Because you said you were going to do that. So your job, who is responsible for sending this over to the city? Who's responsible for following up? And who's responsible for getting it out to us in Boston? That's all I have to say.
Well, I guess we want to hold the questions till the end.
I will. That's all that matters.
Anyone else want to speak? And then we'll. Oh. Sure, go ahead. No, you're fine.
I apologize. So.
I just want to clarify a question. That traffic study you're talking about was referenced in the notes with the 2016 approval?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because we were talking about the same issues, with people driving, and it's not enough room, especially when you go down towards the Newtown Pike. As Erica said, there's not enough room. School buses, cars. I just want to know which one of y'all was a kid that rode down there, Old Oxford. I know it was one of you.
Well, unfortunately, in 2016, there was only one of us on the board. And
right here.
It wasn't me.
And he didn't grow up here.
I didn't grow up here, yeah.
So, but I just want to know what happened.
I wasn't even born in 2016.
So we.
It's been like somebody rolled over.
All right.
Stevens.
So we talk about it, you know, we cut up, have fun, but this is a concern for real. You know, if you don't live over here, you don't know. So we live on this road, we travel this road or whatever. I'm more about do your job. If that's your job, to make sure this stuff gets over and handled with the city, and then the city needs to come back and say, here you go. I'm all about doing your job. I don't care where you live, if you're on this board, do your job.
And it was probably Johnny Cannon who, John Cannon lives, or used to live down the road.
It said that he was broke there when he.
And
He
who
said
probably
something
rode
about
there as a
milk
kid.
bottles and something, he was an older guy.
That was probably John.
So,
So,
but I'm just all about doing his job, because you want me to do my job.
exactly.
So, that's all.
Mr. Cornett, you wanna come up and speak?
I'm old, and I grew up here, and Old Oxford's been talked about since I was a kid. I remember when Marge Chris did her development out there, Charlie, it's, Old Oxford was talked about. One thing that Matt's done, so we talked about Alexis Way extension. The city's got that on the radar, you know, that'll help a whole lot when it happens, I think, I can comment about that. I thought that's gonna go a long way toward helping take pressures off Old Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Cornett.
Which is up to the state to prioritize.
Well, we'll have you
know
answer.
what the references to a traffic study, so I was here in 16 and I was sitting right there. I don't know what the traffic study would be. There was a Northeast Georgetown traffic study in 2012 that was referenced. And there was a traffic study done when this was originally approved. And we know what the traffic study says, that they need to widen along their frontage, and then Old Oxford needs to be improved. So we
And
know
that's
that.
whose
And-
responsibility?
Well, Old Oxford is the city's responsibility, or development as it occurs along its
Right.
length, and it is being improved. It has been improved since 2016. So it's been widened in front of Villages Lanes Run.
Usually what happens is it has to be.
The city has funding to repave it, to resurface it and restripe it. So that project is imminent, you know, it's starting any day, so. But as far as a traffic study, I'm not sure without, you know, I'd have to review the tape, but I'm sure there wasn't a traffic study that was due, because if it was, it would have been done.
It was mentioned, I don't know if it's been done.
It was probably,
Like we're talking about it right now, we're asking for a traffic study.
okay,
So
well,
same thing, we asked for a traffic study, I'm sorry.
right,
We asked for a traffic study back in 16.
okay,
Now we're asking for a traffic study in 22.
okay.
And depending on the amount or how many homes will make it, if it's required or not. So certain developments require traffic study, certain requirements don't. So maybe back in 16, and again, I can't remember that far back, it may not have been required. What? Yeah, exactly. And I can remember probably less than that. But again, if it's not required, we don't do it. We may talk about it, but then who's gonna pay for it? Cause those traffic studies are expensive.
I'm sure that with all the development that has come on since then, the amount of homes has increased
Tremendously.
tremendously. And it's
Absolutely.
probably justified.
Ben wants to say something here, I think.
There have been multiple traffic studies that have dealt with Old Oxford. Recommended widening. The city has proposed grants, almost probably the last 5, 6, 7 years, to get funding for widening. They do have some funding that's going to add. The subdivisions that are going out, Village Lanes Run, Cherry Blossom did a little bit there. They are adding turn lanes and things like that to do their own improvements. It is 15, 16 feet wide, depending where you go, different places. And it is, I wouldn't drive it at night. I wouldn't
drive it during the day, but I have to.
So, this Abbey at Old Oxford did make a connection back through Pleasant Valley that I'm sure has some impact. I'm sure a lot of people are using that connection.
Only out of necessity, because Old Oxford is so dangerous, we have to drive out of the way to be safe. That's my point.
So there have been improvements. There's traffic study. It's not going to say It's not gonna say put up a light there, it's not gonna say add turn lanes, it's
And
already
when
been
it
widened.
does come to roads, and that's why I asked earlier, is it a state road, is it a city road? It's not our responsibility, unfortunately, as a commission. You've gotta go to city council if it's a city road. County fiscal court if it's a county road, or worse yet, if it's a state road, good luck with Frankfurt.
Okay, can I speak?
Sure, come on back up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everything that's been said. And yeah, maybe there's some money somewhere, but I'm telling you, we're asking for time until Old Oxford is improved with all these dump trucks running 50 mile an hour with trucks full of gravel, fire trucks trying to make their way up through there if we've got a house fire, school buses trying to get to us. All we're asking for is time to improve the road before you throw in another 300 homes, please. Because it is the most dangerous road in the county, bar none. And I've only been in Scott County for 10 years, 10 years, and I'm telling you, and you talk about improvements being made. All they're doing is throwing blacktop along the shoulder. There is no yellow lines on the road. They're throwing blacktop right now. I'll guarantee you, I've taken 20,000 miles off my passenger side tires just driving Old Oxford Road. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being serious. We're asking for time. Improve the stupid road before you keep adding danger to it.
What did the
please.
city say when y'all went and talked to the city?
Nothing. Well, the outgoing mayor, he's on this push to where he wants to get Lexus Way as a one big conglomerate thing done before he does anything to Oxford Road. We're saying we need Oxford Road fixed right now. What we're asking you all to do, give us some time, go to them and say, Ball Homes, we're not gonna add another home in there until we improve the quality of Oxford Road. That's all we're asking for. We know development's gonna happen, but we just need safety out there, that's it.
And it's interesting, because the state won't increase lights or widen roads until traffic becomes more.
Let me say this without giving away anybody's identity. I have a daughter that works in the transportation cabinet. She told me a year ago, money is allocated for Old Oxford. It's just not being used. We're being patched, we're being given the runaround, okay? And we're just tired of it, okay? So just give us some time. Fix Old Oxford Road before you add more traffic to it, please. So delay what Ball Homes wants to do. We know it's gonna happen, but just delay it until we get a decent road out there. And oh, by the way, what are you gonna do at Connector Road? You can go down by Lowe's and go to the stoplight, or you can take your life in your own hands and go to Connector Road. What's that gonna do to Connector Road trying to get out, especially during Toyota shift changes?
I've been here 12 years and Connector Road's been grade F, I think, since the day I moved here, so I feel your pain.
And it's okay now, but what are we gonna do when we add 300 or 400 more homes? So please, just give us time. Tell Ball Homes, put them off until we can get a decent road out there, please. Thank you all. And I don't mean to sound mad, but
you're
this is
fine.
very passionate of me, so.
I have a question for you, sir. When was the last time that you actually rode Old Oxford?
This afternoon.
You drove this afternoon on Old Oxford, and you think that improvements are being made and that it is a safe road?
I can tell you the subdivisions that are going in now, they have widened Old Oxford and put turn lanes in their fronts.
And
except for Cherry Blossom.
you understand that the 2021, 2022 vehicles that are coming out with driver assist need to be turned off because they do not recognize the road with no lines on it and with literally just blacktop strewn across the road. I think it is a slap in the face to the people that live in the community to honestly stand up here and say that Old Oxford Road is being improved and that it already has been improved. It has been widened arguably just by adding Band-Aid strips along each side, and they put in one turn lane. Looks like they might be trying to get ready to do something at the the new Cherry Blossom entrance, but I think it is far-fetched to say that it is a safe road and that it's
it's improved already. And I think that, honestly, I think it's disrespectful to say it to the people that live there, who travel it every single day, who've been experienced, who've seen mailboxes completely wiped out of the ground and have to be completely reconstructed because these giant, dump trucks and just regular traffic are going through there. I really do. I really think it's very far-fetched to say that. My other thing that I would like to say is that I understand that traffic studies are part of the city, correct? The city conducts those and all of that good stuff. But when it comes to the commission approving something, obviously traffic is something that we take into consideration, yes? And ultimately, like I stated in my presentation, I understand and we understand that that area is going to be developed. It will eventually be developed. But I think that as officials of this community, that you all are charged with the responsibility of the people that come before you and the citizens of this community to make sure that we are in fact safe. And I think that adding additional traffic prior to Old Oxford being completely redone and not just Band-Aid improvements, I use that word very, very loosely, is quite frankly inappropriate. And it's putting the community that lives there and our kids at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. I was gonna say, if you wanna speak, go on up there and.
Tom Gatlin at 102 Castle Acre Way in Old Oxford community, and I have to agree with her. I'm sure my fellow neighbors will appreciate him saying that statement that's a safe road. It's basically a kick to the gut. I'm sure all my neighbors will agree with that, because that's ludicrous saying it's a safe road now. The only part of that road that's been approved is literally the turn lanes, for the new neighborhoods coming in. Matter of fact, I even remember reading in the local newspaper, I can't remember when it was, when they actually patched the road. They made jokes about it in the newspaper, saying that they added to the side of the road, they used the old black jelly beans left over from Easter to patch Old Oxford Road. And I'm sure you probably all read that, and it was in the local paper, the Georgetown paper. And the other thing is too, is you gotta consider all the extra traffic that's coming out. I know it was conservative, but an average household has 2 cars now. So you're looking at 330 cars minimum with that 150 pouring out onto Old Oxford Road. And these improvements that are saying, oh, the little patches on the side. Well, I can tell you, I've been run off that road by dump trucks 5 times now. I've had to buy 2 new tires because I got blowouts because those little patches they put down the road, they look beautiful for about 2 weeks, then they're giant potholes. And everyone here can contest to that, it's giant potholes. And then the other question I have, where's this other entrance they're putting on here? I don't understand where that other entrance is to these 115.
Well, I'll let the applicant.
Yeah, that's a corn.
Right. We can't have all kinds of conversations. We gotta go to the mic and speak one at a time because it's recorded.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, but I mean, I've got a bunch of yelling going on. Can't have that.
Because right now that's a cow field.
Right.
Cow pasture.
Right. So what we have to do, well, it's 100 or more. So if you have 100 or more units, you have to have 2 entrances, if not completely made, at least stubbed in. So if and when that other pasture, the pasture, which is Mintwood.
So then are they, I'm asking.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Are they then planning on with that stub out and then connecting it to?
To another
the other road?
subdivision. No, another subdivision.
To our subdivision?
It's called Mintwood subdivision.
Because then you're talking about.
It's not there yet. It's
Then
like
you're talking
it's
about
field.
dumping roads, dumping traffic on the old castle.
No, it's not
Castle
going
Acre Way?
back on.
You're not going back that way, it's going back the other way.
Correct.
Okay. So I just didn't understand where it was going to, since it was just going to a pasture.
It's being stubbed for future development to that Mintwood
So in
farm.
the meantime, I'm hoping that so in the meantime, we get to deal with those cars until whenever they just,
Well,
it could be
and-
15, 20 years for they.
And I'm not sure who said it, but somebody said they'd rather have the entrance to the subdivision on Old Oxford, which would be a traffic nightmare, worse than coming off of, is it Herndon or Hendon? Herndon. I mean, for safety reasons, at least if you get off the road, the main road, Old Oxford, they can at least slow down and then go into the townhomes.
But like
If you tried to pull somebody on and off Old Oxford doing 55 or faster, as one of the ladies said, it's 70 or 80, good luck coming over a hill to a car that's stopped trying to make a left-hand turn, you're gonna have more accidents there.
And then
So
the
that
other
would be a
con-
nightmare.
Then the other concern too is what was already brought up is connector road, you know, that road's already,
Right, oh, it's bad.
yeah, that road can't even handle the capacity it has today already.
Absolutely
And then
agree.
now you're dumping all of these homes on the old Oxford Road, and then, you know, then you even added another entrance from the golf course from Abbey, so now you got, all those people are gonna be dumping on that.
And to, as Erica's point, I mean, you've got how many different proposals of subdivisions coming? So traffic and growth is inevitable. It's
And
gonna
like,
happen.
you know,
You just gotta try to do the best we can with the roads, and unfortunately, the roads is not the planning and zoning commission's
No,
responsibility.
but we're, like
It's
we're
the
saying, we're
city.
asking you to take that into consideration before you go and throw all these homes and just create a bloody mess, and then like, God forbid, you wait till, the city waits till, oh, we gotta wait till all these people die on this road before we start taking action to fix this road. Cause I would've never bought out there, and actually I was lied to by Ball Homes, by their realtor, telling me that townhomes failed and that they weren't gonna do anything with that lot, and now I find out, now they're putting houses there, cause to be honest with you, I never would've bought my home in that neighborhood knowing townhomes were gonna be going in there. Single-family homes, I'm all for it. Put more single-family homes in, match the rest of the neighborhood.
And unfortunately, the only way to stop development is to buy the lot yourself. And I hear that a lot. A realtor told me it'll never be built or developed, and unfortunately, the only way to guarantee that it'll never be developed or built is to
Well,
buy it
last time I
yourself.
checked, I'm not a billionaire.
It happens. I hear it all the time, or we've heard it as a commission all the time. I mean, how many times, Charlie? Every other meeting, it
For
seems
the
like?
40 years I've been here.
Yeah, exactly. That somebody said it'll never be built, and I said, never
But
say
that was
never.
from the actual developer, just not hearsay.
Right. Well, I've had people say the realtors have told them that, so.
Well, it's Ball Homes Realtor.
So, thank you.
Which is, you're talking about them keeping up their things, they can't even keep up the green areas in the neighborhood, let alone putting in this complex. And the other thing I'd like to, because I've heard different versions of this, for these 115 townhomes, are they gonna be purchased single-family homes, or are these gonna be single-family rentals?
And I'll have them answer that once I get
Because-
all your questions.
Because I'm 100% opposed to
Right.
rentals, because all that does is end up deteriorating, because rental property, as we all know, is rental property.
Excuse me, your name again, because I didn't find it on the list.
I was in here, like Tom Gatlin, I swore in when you first.
Oh, you did, very
when you
good.
swore everyone in.
And that's good.
Thank you.
The dump truck traffic that we were hearing about, that's coming from the different construction that's going on
Yeah, and they don't,
Old Oxford right now.
and they don't care whether there's a car on the road or not. They drive literally, and you can attest to it, they come almost right down the middle of freaking Old Oxford Road, and if you don't get over, you're getting hit.
I was just curious where it was generating, and it's generating with those developments that are currently under construction.
I'm sorry, Kelly Atkins, I was not sworn in, you can swear me in.
Swear affirm.
Yes, God.
And your name again?
Kelly Atkins, I'm at 104 Castle Acre, they're also.
Well, come on up to the microphone, ma'am,
Can I
please.
get a statement in?
Sure, Ben, go ahead.
I did not say, I would never say Old Oxford was safe. I've only said that there have been improvements made where there's new developments. I would not call, I said I would not drive it in the dark.
I was gonna
That's good.
help you and
Okay.
say that as well. He didn't say
There's no
safe.
disrespect
There
to
have been some
anybody. It's-
improvements in the,
What he's calling an improvement, it's not an improvement.
improvement from what it used to be.
So,
I've got Mr. Cornett nodding. It has been approved for everybody on this commission's been here all their life except for me. I'm the only one. And everybody who's been here all their life will tell you that road used to be, hell, it was probably a dirt road 100 years ago.
so Joe.
So it has been improved, not well, but slowly but surely.
Joe mentioned this, and they're probably not aware of it, didn't go into detail, but money has been allocated from the state, close to $400,000. What was put on the sides was a Band-Aid. That was to try to give an edge of your tire a little bit more room. That was a Band-Aid. What the developments are doing, they're digging down at least 2 feet, putting in rock all the way up, and they're adding a shoulder. That's a roadway. So what the state's gonna come with, or from that state allocated money, they're starting all the way at Newtown, and they're adding surface over everything that's there, and then it's gonna be striped. They're gonna add a center line stripe, a new one, all the way down. The turn lanes are gonna be striped where they are, and where it's wide enough to put a white line on the side, they will put that white line on the side. If it's not, We have met out there, they are starting, they may have started on the Newtown end today.
I heard before the end of the year.
Yeah, that's what they promised for the
That's
end of
all
the
we're
year.
asking for is
So-
time to get a decent road before we add more traffic. And that's your all's job. You all can slow balloons down until we get a decent road.
This is not a statement for or against or anything, but to your point, just a point of clarification, where this is still only a preliminary
Right.
plat. This is by no means the end of the process at all.
And we're
And
just
I just wanted to clarify.
Even if it was approved today, it's.
Right, yeah, and just speaking to your point,
It's
again,
gonna
that's
happen.
not one side or the other, I'm just reminding everybody exactly the time.
If this was the final development plan and it was approved today, it would probably still be
Months away.
months, if not year at least away, and that's not even the final one, it's the preliminary. So
When was
I
the-
think
I mean,
it's probably 24 to 36 months out before you put any shovel in the ground and get a house built.
To get from preliminary to final,
Yeah.
to then construction plan and building permits, it is 18 months, 24 months each.
So a lot can happen between now and then.
How long?
So go ahead and you stated your name, I think, already, ma'am.
Kelly Atkins. To answer, you asked about the
The
construction.
dump trucks.
Sorry,
I was
I
just
lost my-
wondering where that traffic was
They're
generated.
doing phase 3 behind phase 2, so there's a lot of construction equipment coming into Old Oxford, the Abbott Old Oxford, but it's also the other construction. And I personally have run into an oversized load. They were bringing a tractor in, I guess, to the back, and I have a pickup truck, and they ran me off the road. The biggest concern is, yes, you're right, they are putting Band-Aids. They're very rough Band-Aids. God help us when the snow hits and the snowplows hit it, then we're gonna have huge ruts. But there's that one curve, and you drove it today, where you meet a truck, you're not getting two people there. They've not widened that at all. And it's a very sharp curve. So you come around that, and if you've met a truck, a dump truck, a cement truck, God forbid it's something that's an oversized load that does not have a follow-me vehicle in front of it, you're in trouble. Because there's trees on the one side, you have no place to go. So I'm with them. I've only lived there a little bit over a year. And if I had known this, we would not have bought there. And the joke that I had with my husband and my realtor is, I was not gonna live on any road in Scott County that did not have lines on it. I'm from California, we have lines on every road. So I'm out there now with a road that has no lines on it. So,
Sounds like they're coming hopefully sooner than later.
We've heard that song and dance before, though.
Come on up and state your name again and
Sorry, Erica Gilbert, one more time. Also, too, with the dump truck traffic, if you haven't been out there, on the northeast side, headed towards Newtown Pike, it's also rural. There's like an equine rehab center and all that stuff. So it's not only just the dump truck traffic that we're having because of the construction, but we also have farm equipment going up and down. There's several cornfields in that area. There's cattle. So, I mean, there's cattle trucks going, there's tractor and trailers that are being pulled along as well. Obviously, a dump truck is a much larger vehicle than that, but like she said, at the same time, we also have a truck. And if you're going around that, actually, we went around that curve, and there was a vehicle, a truck, actually, I think it was another F-150. We were headed towards Connector, and they were headed towards Newtown Pike, and our mirrors hit. And we stopped as soon as we could. They didn't. They kept right on going. You know, they didn't care. But to say it's only dump truck traffic and it's only because of these developments, I think we're a little remiss not to say that there are all these other things too, that it's larger traffic. I mean,
Our primary
Yeah.
reason for asking is that it had been brought up several times, and I wanted to understand, was it dump trucks from some other construction using it as a cut-through, or was it generated off of Oxford Road? So that question was.
Yeah, I think there's a whole combination of large machinery that's going through there. Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Come on up, sir.
And I didn't get sworn in. My name's John Atkins. I live at 104 Castle Acre. I do.
The best information, please. I'm sorry, what's the address again?
104 Castle Acre.
Oh, well, I'll put down 103. Very good.
Close enough. So I'd like to address the $400,000 worth of asphalt being laid. Do you know how much asphalt that'll buy? I'll enlighten you, all right? That's about an inch of asphalt of surface on a road that will require leveling, widening. Good luck with that $400,000, people. When it rains, it washes that road out. Water stands at numerous entrances to that roadway. The one from Cherry Blossom washes out in the roadway. The one from the farm prior to our subdivision washes out in the roadway. All these improvements that these folks have done that you called down there where you first come on to Old Oxford, all right? They improved it, it still washes out. All right, runs right down through there and runs right down to the little creek down there. If you wash your vehicle, you can't keep it clean because you're driving through the mud. So to say $400,000 is gonna improve that road, that's not even a Band-Aid. So we hear lots of things today from this committee, and I know Colonel Mifflin there from Frankfurt used to be my commander down there, so I take a lot of stock in what he say. But I hear a lot of, yeah, I agree with you, yeah, this, yeah, that. You need to do this, you need to do that. But we come to you with our concerns in hopes that you'll take those to someone else that can do something and make the right decision. I'm with them. We know this is a done deal. You're not gonna fight ball homes. They own half this county, all right, in the city. I've had 2 ball homes. I know some of the balls. You're not gonna fight it. I get that. But how about doing something for us to fix the situation so it's agreeable for ball homes to do what they wanna do, and we live in peace out there with that and in a safe manner. All right, that's within your purview to do. All right, we can sit and complain all night. I can get, yeah, I didn't live here. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I drove the road today, but the fact remains, it's still not a safe environment out there, period. And that's all I have to say, unless somebody got a question.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak? Come on up.
As I said earlier this evening, my name is Stephen Price. I'm born and raised here in Georgetown, and I have watched Georgetown become a combination racetrack and parking lot since 1987 when Toyota arrived here. And I want to tell you that I am a proud pedestrian. I haven't driven since 1999. I walk everywhere I go. And I've done a lot of research about pedestrianism in other countries, including other cities of the United States. There are strong anti-motor vehicle, anti-motor transport movements. In Europe, in Japan, home of Toyota, is probably the most outspoken opposition from the population against motor transport in Japan. And I urge this planning commission to consider alternatives to motor transport. And that, if you consider alternatives to motor transport, you're gonna have to say to all these people, you're gonna have to find some other way to make a living other than, some way that doesn't include a motor vehicle. And that's a big order. Most people are not even willing to even consider that. But if you want to make Georgetown the best place for everybody to live, then you should consider pedestrianism and promote pedestrianism. And Mr. Sulsky, I see you with your motor car at the library.
I'm not walking anywhere, sir, thank you.
Well, I see you when I see you at the library occasionally, I want you to know that I walk to get there, and I see you come and go in your motor vehicle. And I think that's why you raised your hand a while ago and said that all this development on Old Oxford Road and Newtown Road is inevitable. Because you are habituated to the automobile, and
I am, and probably everybody else in this room, sir.
What's that?
I said I am, and probably most everybody else in this room.
Yeah,
has to have.
Except me.
Except for you,
me.
yes, sir.
And let me just finish by saying there is a huge or let's say, a huge pro-pedestrian literature, international literature, pro-pedestrian. And if you bring it down to Kentucky and look for the literature, you've got no further to look than to the Kentucky Driver's Manual published by the Kentucky State Police. And what does it say? Does anybody know what it says in regard to driving?
I'm not sure, Mr. Price.
Well, I'll tell you what
It
it
is
says.
20 to 10.
It says, drive less. Consider taking the bus, carpooling, using a bicycle, or walking. That's the advice of the Kentucky State Police. To
Thank you, Mr. Price.
You have to, to get a driver's license in Kentucky, you're supposed to have read that manual.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Would the applicant like to come up and answer a lot of the concerns and questions?
Well, I'm not gonna be able to answer the concerns, because those are citywide, countywide, region-wide, to say the very least. But I do want to say, kind of, one thing very generally, the 2008, that plan with the apartments, that was not a Ball Homes plan. Ball Homes purchased that development after it had failed. And once we came in, we have drastically reduced the density on this project, the number of trips that will be going on Old Oxford Road. We went from 553 units that was 55% single family to 45% multifamily. We reduced it down to 75% of that being single family. The multifamily units went from 245 to 116. That was the compromise. We heard that we want more compromise. This was the compromise. We took away an apartment complex at the heart of a development that was slated for affordable housing and turned it into townhouses that we're now asking to improve the townhouses we already had basically brought in. And that is actually what is before you all today. Are we building the old townhouse plan, or are we building this townhouse plan? We are adding improvements to Old Oxford. If you look at the cross sections, there's curb and guttering that is going in on this basically plan. We are adding connections to this development in order to help alleviate pressure onto Old Oxford. And I do not mean this with any disrespect in any way, shape, or form. I believe most of the houses in the Abbey at Old Oxford were built after 2008. I believe in hearing from what longtime residents have said, Old Oxford Road has been in a bad way for a long time. And if we waited for development until the road is improved and could handle anything, none of the houses at Abbey at Old Oxford would be here today. The reality is, the way the state works, the way that the county works, and the city, is that road improvements follow development. They want developers to come in order to add the cross sections, add the improvements for curb and guttering that was kind of described earlier, in order to alleviate the amount of money that the city, county, and state are specifically expending. And so, if you want more improvements to Old Oxford, this is how you actually get them. Now, on the green space, Ball owns the townhome complex. Yes, it is rentals. It has been slated for rentals in 2016. We talked about it as rentals in 2016. We talked about it as rentals in 2018. It is still rental units. Ball Homes owns and manages all of its townhomes complexes. If you are worried about the pond that is on our parcel that we are required to maintain, the best thing for that is to allow this townhome complex to come in, because we want to rit our units. We want to maintain this in order to make sure that we have rentable units. I cannot solve the problems of Old Oxford Road. I can say that as far as timing goes, we are a ways away from this actually being built. But with this being built comes road improvements to help. I'm happy to answer any questions, but at the end of the day, we want the old townhome complex or this one. It's better units, it's more garages, it's less surface parking. It's even one less unit. Yes,
The
sir.
old one is approved already, right? The
Yes.
old one, preliminary development plan for the, how many apartments did you say it was?
The old one was, let's see, 249 apartments. This is 116. We're now only asking for 115. So we just keep on reducing not only the intensity of the multifamily, but the number itself. Yeah.
A question, and I apologize, I can't remember who said it, but they mentioned maintaining the green space has not been done by Ball Homes. I live in Bradford, and we have a green space, and the HOA takes care of our green space. So why is your green space not being taken care of?
That was news to me, but I can only say the truth. It is news to me. But yes, that is an HOA responsibility, and I will make sure that that is very much promptly kind of reported back. And again, if Ball Homes is the owner of this complex itself, it is even more incentivized to maintain that green space.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Well, hang on, we'll bring you up in a second, or, any questions for the, okay. And, thank you, sir. We'll bring, I seen hands go up like, phew. So, come on up and speak and state your name and address and.
Tom Gaffney, 102 Castle Acre Way. Mentions about Ball Homes taking care of their green space. They can't even take care of their green space now, so how are we gonna expect them to take care of freaking rental units when they can't even take care of a few grassy spot areas, when they can't even maintain those areas?
So is the HOA still in their name, not in the
It's in their
homeowners
name.
yet? Okay, I
Yeah.
just wanna make sure.
And then the other, they're telling us here they're gonna maintain these areas. Well, and I'm sure every homeowner here can contest, we can't even get them to finish their own freaking punch list on homes that we purchase from them. Almost all of us have to get lawyers to get them to finish it. So you're expecting us to believe them that they're gonna maintain these rental units? I'm 100% against rental units. I'd rather, if this finally gets pushed through, I'd rather see the townhomes as being purchased, not rental units. Because nothing comes good of rental units. I don't care, I've lived everywhere in the United States, from the East Coast to the West Coast, and heard from builders all over the country. Oh, we're gonna take care of this, we're gonna take care of this. As soon as they get their money, they don't care. And I can guarantee you with Ball Homes and their track history, these rental units are gonna be the biggest dump that we've seen. It's gonna ruin the value of our homes with rentals. I'd rather see them purchase units to maintain the value of our homes instead of rental units, because there's nothing comes good of rental units. That's
Can
my
I just
opinion.
make one clarifying point? I want to make sure everybody is clear that, I understand that everyone here from the neighborhood surrounding areas is in opposition. If we were to say no to this, if we were to vote no, what will happen is what's already improved, which is the 242 apartments. I would. Just the other, which is how many? Which is? 116, okay. So either way, yeah, with the big parking lot, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the 242. But either way, if we decline this, it's still a development of townhomes, one more townhome, and I think maybe more, what'd you say?
More surface parking.
Yeah, more surface parking. So I just want to make
So
sure
it's
everybody's
townhomes
clear on that.
Townhomes without garages.
Ship has sailed, right, in
Yeah.
terms of the approval of the development itself. It's just, what will it look like now?
Ball Homes against building single-family homes there, is it?
I'm assuming it's some market analysis they've done on what they can get money for. I
I'm
mean,
sure it's because of almighty dollars, they don't care what happens.
Probably.
I'm sure it's a profit loss analysis of some sort, I
I have
can't
a
speak
question
to
for
it.
Ball
Sure,
Homes.
again, state your name and.
Sorry, Kelly Atkins. So he's mentioned that it'll be rentals, townhomes that are rentals. So is that going to be with or without Section 8 or something along those lines?
Take your notes and we'll have you answer, because I think we had 3 or 4 questions.
you.
We'll bring you back up here in a second. So that's one question. We had a couple more questions. Come on up.
My name's Julie Ruler. I live at 177 Dunmore Lane. And you, sir, who just said you had no idea that you're not taking care of your lots, I live at 177. To the left of me is a huge empty lot. I have called for 3 years and had to call code enforcement because Ball Homes doesn't take care of that lot. There are times that the grass there is as tall as I am. There are snakes coming out of there. There are mice coming out of there. So the fact that they're saying they're gonna take care of that beautiful green space that we have, it's not gonna happen. They don't take care of it now. They don't take care of the lot next to us. And I have been told by HOA, because I've tried HOA, and they have said that is still owned by Ball Homes, and Ball Homes is responsible to take care of that lot next to 177 Dunmore. So the fact that you're saying that you don't know, Erica already said there have been several code violations. I can tell you right now, I've made several of them because I'm tired of looking at, I paid a lot of money for my house. I have a beautiful view of the cow pasture behind me and then this crap that's next door. And what they have done is we had those bad storms, trees have fallen. So you know how Ball Homes take care of that empty lot? That's their responsibility. They take their tractor and they go around a pile of trees from the farm that, or not from the farm, it's on their property that have fallen. So that is still this tall because they don't take care of it. So the fact that they're saying they're gonna take care of the green space and protect that, that is a bunch of bull because they don't take care of any of the green space in the Abbey at Old Oxford. None of it.
Thank you.
And then to add to hers about the code enforcement.
If you want to come back up here, because again, we can't.
We actually had to call their code enforcement. Now, I think I did it, and I believe she did too, on their model home that they're selling. We had to call code enforcement for them to cut the grass on their freaking model unit that they're trying to sell homes out of. Because their model unit, the grass on that kid was this tall, and it was probably a storybook tale for the dandelion story. The whole yard is just full of dandelions, and that's what they're selling. A model unit. Usually your model units everywhere I've been, usually the lawns are perfection, pristine, not an eyesore to the neighborhood, a model unit.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
I have a question.
Come on up, Erica.
I
I feel like we're best friends now.
Maybe someday when I retire, I get to do this.
I'm not retired.
No, well, I'm way too young to be doing all this, but,
She just called us all old.
Yeah, I think she did.
My bad.
I'm trying not to be offended.
I would be if I were you.
So, you made the statement, Ms. Singer, that it's either this or it's either the 115 or the 116, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is my understanding of where we stand right now.
That's what the voting would be on. So
Well,
I guess
It's already
been
approved.
I mean, approval,
The
so-
116 with the parking lots
No
and the
garages
garages
and
is
parking
approved.
lots.
That ship has sailed.
the
It's
parking
just
lot, no
whether-
garages, is that what you just said? Okay.
It's just whether it changes to 115 and
So
garage.
then, do you all have any role in being able to dictate when that would happen if you did decide to approve based off of the road itself? Does that make sense?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but if we deny this application today, they can start building tomorrow
On the old?
on the old plan.
Okay, I just
They have
wanted to
to come in
clarify.
Well, they'd have to come in with the final.
They have to come in with the
I think
Yeah.
Mr. Nicholson's timeline was, if it was even the final development plan approved today, it would probably still be
Probably
18 to 24 months before
Not for the final, but like if it was like from a preliminary to get all the way through that process. But yes, we still would have to come back for final construction plans, all of that, even if this is turned down.
Thank you.
I do want to be very clear that there's no Section 8 housing whatsoever. There is no larger proponent, I think, in Kentucky for building single-family houses than Ball Homes. In order to make successful neighborhoods, your comprehensive plan calls for a mix of housing types. This is exactly what we are delivering, and we are delivering it at a far, far lower density than what was originally approved for this site. I'm happy to answer questions.
You wanna
I
speak
truly
any more
am.
to the
On
green
code
space or
violation,
the-
ma'am, I am just an attorney that works on planning and zoning matters for them. I do not know, and I truly mean that. I was not trying to lie in any way, shape, or form. You better believe that I'm about to have a phone call about your lot at 177 Dunmore. You better believe it.
177 Dunmore
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You better believe I'm about to have a phone call.
So, again, let's not have a shouting match. If you want to come up and speak, come up to the microphone and we'll. Mrs. Atkins, oh, go ahead.
Are we friends already too?
We're getting there.
Actually, they're like, since you've already talked, get up there and talk.
There
some
you
more.
go.
So my question to you is, you say that Ball Homes has to have, I think you just said a mixture of homes and.
The comprehensive plan.
There you go.
Comprehensive plan
There you go.
calls for mixture.
Then why don't you have a comprehensive plan down at Rocky Creek?
So, comprehensive plan is a Georgetown-Scott.
It's a Georgetown-Scott County.
Okay, but do you have any kind of plans to do anything like that down at Rocky Creek?
Can't say what the comprehensive plan is currently under revision.
Yeah, every 5 years we review the comprehensive plans.
The other question I have is, yes, you did say that you guys do maintain the green space based on the HOA and the fees that we pay every year. I don't see that being done, so I'd like to know where my HOA fees are going. So, thank you.
Sir, come on up and, Mr. Thomas.
Alan Moore, been sworn in. I've got access to my HOA account, and you can look at what they pay out every year for green space, and the bulk of it is green space. It's mowing Ball Homes. I'm paying to mow Ball Homes field, and yet they're gonna come back and destroy it or destroy the pond, I think. It was a slap in the face to me. I'm like my brother here at 104 Castle Acre. I'm 104 Melfont, right in the cul-de-sac. $400,000 is not going to fix. You're talking curbs. You're talking drainage problems. $400,000 is not going to do a thing.
They didn't say they were gonna put in curbs and drainage. They said they were gonna repave.
Okay.
What's there now.
Okay.
Okay.
But until you put in drainage and stuff, you're not gonna fix a whole lot of Old Oxford, because honestly, we hydroplane down at where they're putting the Cherry Blossom Road in now.
I
We
understand.
hydroplane down there.
I understand.
So
So we're
that's-
talking about two different things.
Okay.
You know, we're not
But I'm just
saying
saying,
they're not gonna.
$400,000 probably won't get them 2 miles of Old Oxford Road.
Okay.
Anyone else like to speak? Mr. Cornett, I think you had your hand up. Mr. Thomas, you wanted to speak, didn't you?
Roy Cornett, I own 3 Ball Home houses. How many people here own Ball Home houses? They must be doing something right.
No, I bought it by mistake.
Come on up, Mr. Thomas.
I don't know.
It's from my neighbors.
I think it's on there.
Ball Homes purchased the land back in 2008, which was already approved for the building. So we learned this in 2016. So no matter what they do, it's gonna be developed. We all know that. So we should pick garages. Just pick the garages. Because it's gonna happen. Yeah. So we're up here, if you say no, then they're gonna go to the pavement, because that's already ready to go. So, I'm married, and I do listen. So, but, I mean, I don't know, we can sit here and go back and forth all day long, or whatever. So, neighbors, I love y'all, I'm gone.
Good night, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
I just come for support.
Alan Moore again. Can I ask the commission a technical type of question? So we're hearing this is a preliminary
Yes.
approval. If Ball Homes comes back with a final approval and the road's still not up to par, what options do we have with you all?
The road option you have is with the city of Georgetown, not with the planning commission.
But
You need to go talk to the Georgetown City Council, because they control the roads. We have no control over the
I
roads.
understand that. Well, the control you have is slowing Ball Homes down until, and for Ball Homes to say they're the ones improving the roads and making them better, we need more development to make the roads better, that's not true. I'm sorry, that's just not true. Thanks.
Thank you.
While,
Excuse me.
ma'am,
Amanda Rates.
Come on up here, dear.
Yeah, this is just, I don't even know if I need to be on the record.
Are you
Just to say,
sworn?
Amanda Rates,
Can you swear?
I swear it all. When is the city council meeting and when and where do we need to be?
Second and fourth Mondays of each month.
All
And
right.
there's several new people coming on council, January 1.
And we have a new mayor.
And then we'll have to start over.
not one.
Yeah, we do, right?
Thank you. More questions, comments? Commission have anything to say? Anybody want a pillow?
I'd like dinner.
Yeah. We usually order dinner right around now for the commissioners. But I think we're gonna try to hopefully end this meeting soon.
To Erica's point, we're all old, we need to eat.
Yeah.
I just said that I was not as curious.
Oh, right.
I guess all I really wanted to say, we kind of find ourselves in these quandaries because we kind of are like the last stop and probably the most visible for certain residents and all that, and I understand that our dealings are on a long time scale, and I wish everybody else was still here. I did want to let it be known that the commission does think all of these concerns are valid, or else Mark would have, okay, y'all get out of here, you know.
I'm not that mean.
You know, and we are, at the end of the day, we are all neighbors, and I think the best thing we can do is try and ask the right questions about which bodies need to be spoken to. I mean, I don't agree with and want to approve everything, and as y'all saw, I voted no last application, and I do that, you know, because we want responsible development. I guess that's really all I'm getting at is, you know, I definitely encourage the citizens getting involved. I think it's super important. But the best thing you can do is be an informed citizen, and this is the first step, and then, you know, just, and to your point of, you know, delaying, and I understand the sentiment, you know, I've seen movies, I've been, you know, in environmental causes and civic causes and all that my whole life. But for us to like deliberately delay, you know, a citizen or a corporation's plans, you know, that just opens everybody up to a whole bunch of liability. You know, then we've got people suing Mark and Charlie and Ben, and I mean, it is what it is. The best we can do is all hope for responsible development and vote. We had 40% turnout in the county. That's awesome. I'll quit rambling, but I just do want to let you all and remind everybody we're all neighbors, and that's the end. That's all I got.
And we appreciate, I think you said this was your first meeting you've ever come to. And a lot of people that come in front of us, it is their first meeting. So we appreciate the folks that come out to speak, you know, and a lot of times, you know, it can go both ways. Like Mr. Shirley said, he voted against the last application. So we just try to do, as citizens of Georgetown ourselves, because we have to live here, and everyone lives here, try to do what's best for everybody. So.
And understand that, you know, we have certain leeway, but not a lot of leeway, you'd be surprised. We're bound to interpret the ordinances and to vote according to the ordinances. It's not as though we can say, well, we just don't like that ordinance, so we're gonna vote against it. Our job is to interpret them and to look at the development and say, yeah, we agree. And we have a staff that's very competent and capable in helping us understand all those planning and zoning ordinances, because I didn't go to I don't remember which thing we were talking about. Somebody's talking about planning and zoning school. I didn't go to planning and zoning school either. We depend on this
And to Erica's,
expert staff to help us and guide us.
and to Erica's point, our attorney's older than dirt.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, but that's not dirt 7 feet high. That's just dirt.
He probably did have the milk bottles on Old Oxford Road.
Hell, they were made of plaster.
Erica, are you a property owner in the county? Yes. Mark's retiring in January.
Oh, yeah.
I will not have that similar. I work for the federal government, so I'm not.
Well, regardless, it was very impressive how well informed and prepared you were. I'll at least say
Yes,
that.
I would agree.
So, you're a very good neighbor.
Best we've ever had.
Yep.
All right.
With no more discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I will make a motion for the approval of PDP 2022-51. It's been so long since we talked about the conditions of approval, I don't think there are any.
There's no variances or
No
waivers.
variances. So that we approve it according to the staff's recommendation and conditions of
So
approval.
I've got a motion by Mrs. Singer,
I'll second that.
a second by Mr. Stone. And for the record, Smith had to leave. He said
We
he
could go
had,
back to the
well,
other
he
one
had an
now and take
emergency.
another vote.
Oh, shoot. You'd upset the world. So I'll just do a roll call again with Mr. Smith now being absent, so. Mrs. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Mifflin?
I would like to say something. My son and his family live in this development, and I have talked with him over the last couple of weeks about this. And so I don't want there to be any appearance of me helping them or
Recuse yourself.
either way. And so I am going to, I don't have to recuse, but I am going to abstain.
Okay, I'll put that on here.
Now we gotta go back to the rule book.
I've already
Mr. Vest?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Shirley?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, so motion carries. Go ahead, applicant, come up and sign with our attorney.
It just had to come this way.
Thank you all for your time, we appreciate a long, long meeting.
Yeah.
Next on the agenda, we've got a few more things to cover.
Don't you all want to stay and hear the other things we got to talk about?
I'm impressed he's a colonel, that's what I
So
said.
our folks haven't been here yet.
Thank you, I appreciate you coming.
It's on paper.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
And I was joking about the old thing. It's okay.
If we weren't bound by things from 14 years ago, things may be different.
It's good to hear from everybody.
Yes, sir. Did a good job.
There's no place to go, never, if it doesn't come to this one, you gotta go somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
That's a
Nice meeting you.
No,
No, thank you, appreciate you.
Yeah.
You did do a good job.
Yeah, no worries, thank you for being here.
Can I ask
So-
a question, Joe, about the comprehensive plan committee meeting, we moved it to the 22nd? Okay. I didn't change it on my calendar, I want to change it while I'm thinking about it. Okay,
All right,
sorry.
we got a few more things to cover so we can all go home. Distillery warehouse text amendment.
This was, this is a public hearing.
Yeah, no.
You're surely not planning to
My text amendment
This
in here.
is a public hearing that was continued from last month.
Yes, so we need to open the public hearing back up, sorry.
So this is a text amendment, proposed text amendment to the zoning ordinance to add, distillery warehouses as a definition and, in the use table in the A1 as conditional use. So this is a proposal to add distillery warehousing as conditional use in the A1 district with 10, kind of mandatory minimum standards, performance standards. And the reason for this is there's a new distillery moving into the business park. They're gonna have some warehousing, so they're gonna have some rick houses for, distillery associated warehousing. It's not allowed in the business park. Currently, it's not in our zoning ordinance as a use that's, an allowed use in any district. We would, if I had to make the interpretation, it would be allowed in the I-1, because that's where we allow warehousing. So right now, it would be allowed only in the I-1. We have a limited amount of I-1 zone property in the city. These traditionally, when the industry grew up, these warehouses and these distilleries were near sources of water, so they were in rural areas. So there's a lot of counties that have had distilleries historically that allow these in rural areas. Either they rezone those areas I-1 or amended it a little bit with these 10 kind of minimum mandatory standards. Still requiring that they go through conditional use permit, approval through Board of Adjustment, then it would come to Planning Commission, similar to churches. The church we saw, similar process, so they get the use approval with the concept plan at Board of Adjustment, then it would come to Planning Commission for the development plan approval. But they would have to meet these 10 minimum standards. You asked me last month to take this and run it by, at least vet it through the distillery that's located here to see if they had any specific concerns or recommendations, just so that we could take that, into consideration before we adopt this and would potentially have to amend it at fiscal court or bring it back. So they did have a few comments. I won't go through the 10 standards again, the 10 minimum mandatory performance standards again, unless you want me to, but they're on these 2 slides. The comments they had were in relation to standards 1, 5, and 9. So they just wanted clarification. We put in here that the minimum site size would be 100 acres, either in one parcel or it could be in multiple adjoining parcels, as long as they were contiguous and all under control, either leased or owned by the applicant. They asked that we clarify in this language that if there are any easements on the property or private rights of way or utility or other easements, that be included in the acreage total. And, I think that's fine to clarify that. They would be. Public rights of way wouldn't, because those are owned by, obviously, county or state, but easements, are included in the property. So we can add that clarification, I think, without a problem. They asked, that the setbacks be set at 200 rather than 250, just because all the other counties that allow these as conditional uses have a 200-foot setback. 200 effectively in our county would be 250 because 81 has a 50-foot setback on the adjoining property for any structure. So essentially it would be 250. So I'm okay with that reduction. I don't know how you all feel about it, but it's a minimal reduction. It brings it into line with the other counties that do allow these as conditional uses. And number 9, they asked for clarification on the density stipulation, and we put it, most counties don't have a density limit, but we thought it would be important to add a limit to the number of warehouses that could be on any particular property and set it at a density of 1 to 10 acres. And that's because the minimum footprint size allowed, or the maximum footprint is 40,000 square feet, which is essentially an acre. So 1 acre building needs a larger area, generally for setbacks and for buffers and for containment, and to limit the impervious surface in these rural areas. So a 10% impervious surface, kind of building impervious surface area to lot area is, I think, a good, balance. Right now, the maximum building area coverage in A1 is 20%. So this would reduce that by half. And we talked about before large churches in rural areas that we kind of need to limit. We've talked about limiting the size of those churches because they can change the character of an area if they get too large. And they don't have the buffering, the screening, setbacks, and so forth. So we talked about reducing the building area coverage in A1 from 20% to 10% in the past, and that may be something we look to do in the future, but this would kind of bring that into alignment. So that's kind of where we got the density. And also to get the larger sites, and then to limit the amount of warehouses on it, would limit kind of the mold issue that we hear about, with the aging of bourbon and the evaporation of the ethanol in the
in Frankfurt, there's one of them, and I'm telling you, everything probably within 100 yards of it is black. Why would we want to put a rick house next to Country Boy Industrial Park or BCTC? I would think we want to put it in an A1 with a conditional use permit out in the country. Smells pretty, looks good from a distance, but then we wouldn't have that black stuff all over other industrial buildings. We put this in, I'll call it Jack Connors Industrial Park, along with BCTC and Country Boy and anything else that's been up in there. And I don't know, again, the distance of what cuts or stops that black mold, I think it's mold or whatever, from growing on or getting on buildings. But you go anywhere up Glen Creek, which is a perfect example, which is next to Castle and Key there in Frankfurt, all those buildings are just covered in that black stuff. Their vehicles are covered in the black stuff. Why would we want to put that in an industrial park? Why would we not want to put that in an ag zone, an A zone, an A1 probably zone, out in the country with a conditional use permit? I mean, that would be so much better. And I'm looking at a farmer there nodding his head.
Well,
I mean, Roy, would you not want to, to me, I look at a rick house, I want it on a pretty countryside piece of ag land that, farmer wants to sell, and instead of putting it in the industrial park.
So is there any studies on distance, about the bowl you're talking about?
Yeah.
How far they travel, set.
Yeah, I don't know if
My-
it's a
my
travel
house is-
thing, if it's.
My house is a mile profile from Woodford, Reserve, Woodford County, and I'm getting it to my house.
Now, is that the roof stuff? Because I think that's different. On the north side of everybody's roof, you get the black mold
There's
on
so
the
much,
shingles.
there's so much fences in my orchard.
Is it really? That's amazing, because I don't think we could travel that far. Okay.
Yeah, I don't,
I think it's, conversation is,
I mean,
I
well,
just
that's
can't
why
see.
we have this, because you don't necessarily want a concentration of brick houses in the city,
Well,
and
again, I can't see putting 10 rick houses in the industrial park. I think that would be it wouldn't look good. B, I just don't think it's the right place for a rick house.
well, they're not allowed in this park.
But that's industrial, right? Zoned industrial?
No, it's BP one,
Oh,
and
that's-
it doesn't allow warehousing.
Again, I couldn't see, I'm thinking of some of the industrial lots that we've been dealing with. I can't see them like off of 75 on Cherry Blossom, some of those lots that are I-1. Just a thought, I know it's getting late.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
this is kind of the purpose of the text amendment, to open up, more.
Yeah, I just
more
don't
land
think it
to
should be
start-
exclusively I-1. Because if you do that, then you put a rick house next to an industrial building. I think if I'm the owner of an industrial building, I sure the heck would not want a rick house anywhere near my building.
Yeah, at the same time, I don't know if I was any kind of distiller, I wouldn't want my storage next door to FedEx.
Right,
I know we're playing a lot of what if, but at the same time, and I don't know, maybe these facilities they use, because it just says storage for spirits, right? I mean, it may not be bourbon, it may not be it could just be a Amazon-sized
Well,
place
no,
that has
but we have
liters
the
and liters of
distiller,
vodka.
we have the distiller coming in, so we know it's.
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
beyond that,
Beyond that, though, beyond this immediate one.
Right.
I don't know, they might be storing tequila under, Ben's house, I don't know.
Well, honestly, I did a tour of Castle and Key before they opened up, and it was the pre-opening tour, and their rick house was completely full. And they let us walk through, and they said, now, you're not supposed to see this, but if you look at the end of the barrel, you know who we're storing for. And it was half a dozen different distilleries were filling their rick house that they didn't even start making bourbon with. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it just, I think we're using one anecdotal example, bourbon barns exclusively when, there's no language that just limits it to that. I think with certain products, a certain brand and aesthetic is appropriate. I think a lot of these, say if we're a bourbon distiller, they're gonna want something picturesque they can show off. But if somebody's just looking to store cases of vodka or gin or whatever, okay, then maybe they will go I-1 and buy a big box.
Right, maybe. Any other comments, questions? Joe, or you want to continue because you're only up to what, 7?
No, I covered it.
Did you cover them all?
I just covered the changes that I made from last time, but I can go through all 10.
No, that's okay.
I've got one
that long ago, maybe 15, but if you remember, lightning struck a brick house, I think at Wild Turkey.
Heaven Hill, maybe, the big one? Was it the Heaven Hill when you're talking
It
about?
was Wild Turkey in Lawrenceburg, and they couldn't put the fire out because the alcohol was burning, and the alcohol just floated on top of the water. So what's the big deal about having fire protection when you can't use water on the alcohol fire?
Containment, I guess.
I don't know. Well, they couldn't contain it there.
Well, they couldn't.
It ran downhill, ran into the Kentucky River.
Might end up taking out the distillery too, because they couldn't stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a requirement for spill containment, but I don't know, this came out of fire department recommendation, so I can't answer.
They gotta protect the other rick houses while they're there.
Yeah.
Or adjoining properties. The way it was worded in the next slide, it just says, was it prior to, yes, wait, number 3, fire protection.
Yeah,
Prior to, and that's just like availability of hydrant, I guess.
Right, I mean, that's a summary of what the actual.
Yeah, almost anywhere except maybe in ag, there's gonna be hydrants.
Right.
It's almost rhetorical.
Any other comments, questions? It's almost 10:30.
Are we done yet?
We're getting there. Joe, good?
So I just would need a recommendation.
Send this to county.
Yes.
So I need I guess a motion.
I'll make a motion to send it.
Did you ask for comments?
Yes, it is a public hearing, so you can come up, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Please be short.
I will be, it's getting late.
He is short.
I don't bow to the liquor industry in any way. I don't drink, and I don't like neighbors who drink. I don't get along with neighbors who drink. And for you all to bow to the liquor industry in any way is in my opinion, a big mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Anyone else want to speak with regards to this thing that is open public hearing?
Mark,
Yes, sir.
Roy Conant, just in the last week, I live in Ironworks Estates, and Woodford Reserve warehouses are literally about a mile from my house as the crow flies. And I'm starting to see that mold fly. And I'm just curious, what kind of distances, how far does this stuff go? But,
I'm amazed it travels that far, to be honest.
but I hadn't thought of that in the ground, and it's all over my tractors and trucks and snapping ground,
And you think it's from
It's
Woodford?
gotta be. No, it's probably coming from Buffalo, right? But I hadn't even thought that was my mission, so, you know where it comes from, don't you?
Yeah, I've been looking for studies that, which clear kind of guidance, but it depends on the amount of alcohol being stored, the amount of evaporation,
I mean, I didn't realize it could travel a mile, let alone how far from Franklin.
Well, I mean, it's not that far, Buffalo Trace.
so it varies widely.
Thank y'all for the input. The next thing on the agenda, because we're gonna leave the
Do we
public.
need to vote on that?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, thank you. A motion by Mrs. Singer, seconded by Mr. Shirley. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next on the public hearing agenda is the 2022 comprehensive plan goals and objectives. Has this changed from last month, Joe? Is this what we've seen last month?
We did not,
Steering committee saw it.
yeah,
Oh,
we
that's
did not
right,
make a
okay.
presentation
calls for public meetings in July as well. We just wanted to really make sure we gave people an opportunity to see them, comment on them if they had any comments. And then since then, we've been working with the steering committee, as several of you know from your work on that committee, to just sort of revise them, based on the comments we received at those public meetings, comments that the steering committee had, in order to try to get them into the form that they are today. We did receive a recommendation of approval from the steering committee at the, I believe it was the September meeting for the comprehensive plan steering committee. Basically, what we've got is a little bit different in a way from what we had in the 2016 comprehensive plan. We now have 9 proposed elements to the plan. I think the previous one had 7. There's not really any new material being covered. It's just the steering committee felt like some of the topics should be split out into their own chapters, whereas previously they've been discussed in a single chapter. One example, I think infrastructure and transportation were kind of handled in a single chapter or element in the last plan, and now in this plan they will be separate. So I've got the 9 that are listed there, and they do correspond with the nine chapters in the draft goals and objectives that were in your packets, and we're also posted on our website. If I can get this to advance. All right. So what I've got today as far as the presentation, since you all seen these since we got the packet and they've been publicly available, I was going to mostly go over the goals. If we've got additional comments on the objectives or anything like that, I'm more than happy to go into greater detail. I have slides that have all of the objectives listed out as well. So the community forum chapter follows pretty closely with a lot of what other communities call the land use chapter. We like to call it community forum because it dives into some additional things that aren't strictly required by state statute. So it does cover things like land use planning, but it also covers items like how the community looks and things of that nature. So we end up with goals like designing for an efficient networks of streets and land uses. That's a pretty common goal for a comprehensive plan. We want to make sure we use the land we have available in the best way that we possibly can, to make sure that people have places to live, work, play, things of that nature. We want to make sure that we are good stewards of the built environment and the character of the buildings in our community. We want to make sure that we've got sustainable development practices and making sure that we're protecting agricultural areas, and that we sort of focus on, we don't let the sort of core areas of our community, deteriorate. We want to make sure that they stay, vibrant and revitalized. The infrastructure chapter in this iteration is really pared down mostly to utilities. So we want to make sure we build, maintain, and improve public infrastructure, water, sewer, electric, gas, internet, accessibility, things like that. We want to make sure that there's capital improvement plans to make sure that infrastructure can function as best as it can. Last goal under infrastructure is that sort of to address the sort of digital divide that we have in our community. It is harder to get internet access, especially high-speed internet access in the rural parts of our community. That puts school children in danger of maybe not being able to keep up with those NTI days, or God forbid another pandemic or something along those lines. So that's an important goal. As far as public facilities, that covers more of our items in the community, like police, parks, fire, EMA, things like that. So we want to make sure there's adequate facilities and services both available to meet those needs for both our residents and the businesses that are here in the community. And those, once again, those need proper capital improvement planning to make sure that those facilities are maintained in working order, but also that if the city or county expands in population, you've got those facilities to be able to serve that growth. The heritage portion of our comp plan deals mostly with historic preservation, but it also has a side of it that deals more with preserving some of the natural history, and it sort of touches on this area that's almost environmental in nature, but we want to make sure that things like Elkhorn Creek remain a beautiful feature of our community. There's a lot of history sure that there are rental properties available for people who may not have saved up for a down payment. We need to make sure that there's a variety of home types, whether you're buying or renting available, because, townhome might work for somebody, single family home might work for someone else, or somebody else might just want a condo or apartment. We wanna look to make, work, in the community on trying to decrease, barriers to affordable housing. I know that's something that's very important to the city and the county. We wanna make sure that when new housing comes into infill areas, that it is compatible. And then we wanna make sure that we're, being very conscious of the fact that the average age of the county, has been increasing since, the 1970s. And that, we make sure that there are places available in our community for people to, that are, I guess, available and accessible as people age. If you maybe can't drive anymore or something like that, there are places where you can live, where you can, either have somebody who can sort of take you to the services you need, or that you can just walk to those places. Human services, is a chapter that was introduced in the 2016 plan. We want to make sure that, education, is available, in Scott County, and that, I guess, extends beyond just, K through 12 education. We want to make sure that if people, want, training for a new job, or they just want to learn things that are new to them, that those opportunities are available, whether it's the library, Georgetown College, the K through 12 schools, or other resources. We want to sort of increase civic involvement, and we want to, improve access to health and wellness. Obviously that includes things like dentists, doctors, eye care, but it can also include things like child care, which is very important as well. As far as the environment, broad goals to protect the air and water quality, those are very important to us. We want to try to minimize the amount of waste that's produced in Scott County. We want to protect our environmentally sensitive areas, sinkholes, steep slopes, et cetera. We want to support greenways, walkways, urban parks, things like that, that may follow along, the Elkhorn, or provide pedestrian, transportation, or means for us to get places. And we want to, encourage, whether it's, somebody at their house, or a developer building a new business, to, encourage them to use sustainable practices, at various scales. As far as economic growth, we want to diversify the economy in Scott County. It's something that, Scott County United has been, focused on, lately. We want to create more businesses, local businesses, and job opportunities. We want to obviously encourage agricultural, economic growth. It's very important to our community and our heritage. And we want to promote Scott County's, image, as being a superior place to have industrial development. Last chapter. All right, transportation, like I mentioned before, this one was sort of broken out from a different chapter. But we want to make sure that, we have a safe, clean, and connected transportation system. I know I talked a little bit earlier today about how that connectivity is really important, and that's going to be, big in the comp plan as well. We want to expand opportunities for people to have options, for how they get to different places. So maybe, not everybody has to take a car everywhere, or they can if they want to. We want to become a more bikeable community. We want to become a more walkable community, just so people have those options. I know there's, G-Tran is available, in our community, and we want to make sure that, new development comes in certain places, that they're sort of preserving space, that if people want to take, public transportation, there's room in the future for there to be, stops along those routes. The last one is we want to just sort of also mention that, it is important also to make sure that we sort of, are always cognizant of, changes that might be coming, in particular as it relates to freight transportation use, because that is a very important part of our community as well. And that is the brief version that I will take any
Thank
questions.
you, Matt, for keeping it brief. Any questions for Matt? Comments? Any questions from the community? Public hearing. All right, with that being said, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Because it is public hearing. Thank you, Matt. I think we're done discussing. The only thing, I do have one more thing. Next month, and it's my last month, we need election of officers. Currently, I'm the chair, Charlie is our vice chair. Does anybody have, aspirations of being the chair, after I'm gone? The reason I'm asking this is so we have to vote on this next month. So two of you will have an election next month. Do you want to be chair, Joe?
Yeah, I'm gonna be chair and vice chair.
And secretary. And secretary, legal counsel, and all 9 seats.
Perfect.
We do need to vote on the goals and objectives. We do need to vote on the goals and objectives before you.
Okay, thanks.
want to get this out.
No, they don't even come up until March,
What?
officer election.
Yeah, but you have to have somebody replace me right away.
Well, the vice chair
Oh,
will
all right,
be in
I'll let
place
y'all worry
until.
about it in March.
Yeah, until.
It's
Yeah,
not your
yeah,
problem no more, you'll leave your
Yeah,
board.
all of our boards are, but
Okay.
not, all P and Z related, board of adjustment, and this is on
All
March.
right, there you go. You can become the chair and then,
But we still need to vote on black mold.
yes, so, yes, let's vote on the
Goals and
text
objectives.
amendments to the, well, that's right, the comprehensive plan, goals and objectives. I need a motion to
Motion to approve.
approve.
You gotta open the meeting back up, huh?
Yes, sorry, I'll go back up.
No, it can be outside, I mean, it can be with the public hearing closed. Yeah.
So, I won't reopen.
Motion to approve.
So second